invented an international communist conspiracy directed from Moscow, now Peking, to justify its own interventionist policies. Turning to events in revolutionary Spain, Jackson describes the first stages of collectivization as follows. The unions in Madrid, as in Barcelona and Valencia, abused their sudden authority to place the sign in Cortado, placed under workers' control, on all manner of buildings and vehicles. p. 279. 86. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Why was this an abuse of authority? This Jackson does not explain. The choice of words indicates a reluctance on Jackson's part to recognize the reality of the revolutionary situation, despite his account of the breakdown of Republican authority. The statement that the workers abused their sudden authority by carrying out collectivization rests on a moral judgment that recalls that of Ithiel Poole, when he characterizes land reform in Vietnam as a matter of despoiling one's neighbors, or of Franz Borkenau, when he speaks of expropriation in the Soviet Union as robbery, demonstrating a streak of moral indifference. Within a few months, Jackson informs us, the revolutionary tide began to ebb in Catalonia after accumulating food and supply problems, and the experience of administering villages, frontier posts, and public utilities has rapidly shown the anarchists the unsuspected complexity of modern society. pp. 31314. In Barcelona, the naive optimism of the revolutionary conquests of the previous August had given way to feelings of resentment and of somehow having been cheated. As the cost of living doubled, bread was in short supply, and police brutality reached the levels of the monarchy. The boom and the anarchist press simultaneously extolled the collectivizations and explained the failures of production as due to Valencia policies of boycotting the Catalan economy and favouring the bourgeoisie. They explained the loss of Malaga as due in large measure to the low morale and the disorientation of the Andalusian proletariat, which saw the Valencia government evolving steadily toward the right. p. 368. Jackson evidently believes that this left-wing interpretation of events was nonsensical, and that in fact it was anarchist incompetence or treachery that was responsible for the difficulties in Catalonia. The C&T factory committees dragged their heels on war production, claiming 87. American power and the NU Mandarins. That the government deprived them of raw materials and was favouring the bourgeoisie. p. 365. In fact, the revolutionary tide began to ebb in Catalonia under a middle-class attack led by the Communist Party, not because of a recognition of the complexity of modern society. And it was, moreover, quite true that the communist-dominated central government attempted, with much success, to hamper collectivized industry and agriculture and to disrupt the collectivization of the commerce. I have already referred to the early stages of counter-revolution. Further investigation of the sources to which Jackson refers and others shows that the anarchist charges were not baseless, as Jackson implies. Bulletin cites a good deal of evidence in support of his conclusion that in the countryside the communists undertook a spirited defense of the small and medium proprietor and tenant farmer against the collectivizing drive of the rural wage workers, against the policy of the labor unions prohibiting the farmer from holding more land than he could cultivate with his own hands, and against the practices of revolutionary committees, which requisitioned harvests, interfered with private trade, and collected rents from tenant farmers. 78. The policy of the government was clearly enunciated by the Communist Minister of Agriculture. We say that the property of the small farmer is sacred and that those who attack or attempt to attack this property must be regarded as enemies of the regime. 79. Gerald Brennan, no sympathizer with collectivization, explains the failure of collectivization as follows. p. 321. The central government, and especially the communist and socialist members of it, desired to bring the collectives under the direct control of the state. They therefore failed to provide them with the credit required for buying raw materials. As soon as the supply of raw cotton was exhausted, the mills stopped. 88. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Working, even the munitions industry in Catalonia, were harassed by the new bureaucratic organs of the Ministry of Supply. So, he quotes the bourgeois president of Catalonia, Companys, as saying that workers in the arms factories in Barcelona had been working 56 hours and more each week, and that no cases of sabotage or indiscipline had taken place until the workers were demoralized by the bureaucratization, later militarization imposed by the central government and the Communist Party. 81. His own conclusion is that the Valencia government was now using the PSUC against the C.N.D. but not because the Catalan workers were giving trouble, but because the communists wished to weaken them before destroying them. The cited correspondence from Companys de Porto, according to Vernon Richards, p. 47, presents evidence showing the success of Catalonian war industry under collectivization and demonstrating how much more could have been achieved had the means for expanding the industry not been denied them by the central government. Richards also cites testimony by a spokesman for the Subsecretariat of Munitions and Armament of the Valencia government admitting that the war industry of Catalonia had produced 10 times more than the rest of Spanish industry put together and agreeing that this output could have been quadrupled as from beginning of September if Catalonia had had access to the necessary means for purchasing raw materials that were unobtainable in Spanish territory. It is important to recall that the central government had enormous gold reserves, soon to be transmitted to the Soviet Union, so that raw materials for Catalan industry could probably have. The quoted testimony is from September 1st, 93-7. Presumably, the reference is to September 1936. 89. American power and the Mandarins. Being purchased, despite the hostility of the Western democracies to the Republic during the revolutionary period, see below. Furthermore, raw materials had repeatedly been requested. On September 24, 1936, Juan Fabregas, the CNT delegate to the Economic Council of Catalonia, who was in part responsible for the collectivization decree cited earlier, reported that the financial difficulties of Catalonia were created by the refusal of the central government to give any assistance in economic and financial questions, presumably because it has little sympathy with the work of a practical order which is being carried out in Catalonia. 82, that is, collectivization. He went on to recount that a commission which went to Madrid to ask for credits to purchase war materials and raw materials, offering 1,000 million pesetas in securities lodged in the Bank of Spain, met with a blank refusal. It was sufficient that the new war industry in Catalonia was controlled by the workers of the CNT for the Madrid government to refuse any unconditional aid. Only in exchange for government control would they give financial assistance. 83. Bruin Temime take a rather similar position, commenting on the charge of incompetence levelled against the collectivized industries. They point out that one must not neglect the terrible burden of the war. Despite this burden, they observe, new techniques of management and elimination of dividends had permitted a lowering of prices, and mechanization and rationalization, introduced in numerous enterprises, had considerably augmented production. The workers accepted the enormous sacrifices with enthusiasm because, in most cases, they had the conviction that the factory belonged to them and that at last they were working for themselves and their class brothers. A truly new spirit had come over the economy of Spain with the concentration of scattered enterprises, the simply 90. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Application of commercial patterns, a significant structure of social projects for aged workers, children, disabled, sick and the personnel in general, pp. 155-1. The great weakness of the revolution, they argue, was the fact that it was not carried through to completion. In part this was because of the war, in part, a consequence of the policies of the central government. They too emphasized the refusal of the Madrid government, in the early stages of collectivization, to grant credits or supply funds to collectivized industry or agriculture in the case of Catalonia, even when substantial guarantees were offered by the Catalonian government. Thus the collectivized enterprises were forced to exist on what assets had been seized at the time of the revolution. The control of gold and credit permitted the government to restrict and prevent the function of the collective enterprises at will. p. 144. According to Bruin-Temime, it was the restriction of credit that finally destroyed collectivized industry. The Companys government in Catalonia refused to create a bank for industry and credit, as demanded by the CNT and PUM, and the central government, relying, in this case, on control of the banks by the socialist UGT, was able to control the flow of capital and to reserve credit for private enterprise. All attempts to obtain credit for collectivized industry were unsuccessful, they maintain, and the movement of collectivization was restricted, then halted, the government remaining in control of industry through the medium of the banks, and later, through its control of the choice of managers and directors, who often turned out to be the former owners and managers, under new titles. The situation was similar in the case of collectivized agriculture, pp. 204f. The situation was duly recognized in the West. The New York Times, in February 1, 938, observed, the principle of 91. American power and the enumanda RINS. State intervention and control of business and industry, as against workers' control of them in the guise of collectivization, is gradually being established in Loyalist Spain by a series of decrees now appearing. Coincidentally, there is to be established the principle of private ownership and the rights of corporations and companies to what is lawfully theirs under the Constitution. 84. Morrow cites, pages 64-65, a series of acts by the Catalonian government restricting collectivization, once power had shifted away from the new institutions set up by the Workers' Revolution of July 1936. On February 3, the collectivization of the dairy trade was declared illegal. 85. In April, the Generalidad annulled workers' control over the customs by refusing to certify workers' ownership of material that had been exported and was being tied up in foreign courts by suits of former owners. Henceforth the factories and agricultural collectives exporting goods were at the mercy of the government. In May, as has already been noted, the collectivization decree of October 24 was rescinded, with the argument that the decree was dictated without competency by the Generalidad, because there was not, nor is there yet, legislation of the Spanish state to apply. And Article 44 of the Constitution declares expropriation and socialization are functions of the state. A decree of August 28 gave the government the right to intervene in or take over any mining or metallurgical plant. The anarchist newspaper Soli Daridadabra reported in October a decision of the Department of Purchases of the Ministry of Defense that it would make contracts for purchases only with enterprises functioning on the basis of their old owners or under the corresponding intervention controlled by the Ministry of Finance and Economy. 86. Returning to Jackson's statement that in Catalonia, the CNT. Point 92. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Factory committees dragged their heels on war production. claiming that the government deprived them of raw materials and was favoring the bourgeoisie. I believe one must conclude that this statement is more an expression of Jackson's bias in favor of capitalist democracy than a description of the historical facts. At the very least, we can say this much: Jackson presents no evidence to support his conclusion. There is a factual basis for questioning it. I have cited a number of sources that the liberal historian would regard, quite correctly, as biased in favor of the revolution. My point is that the failure of objectivity, the deep-seated bias of liberal historians, is a matter much less normally taken for granted, and that there are good grounds for supposing that this failure of objectivity has seriously distorted the judgments that are rather brashly handed down about the nature of the Spanish Revolution. Continuing with the analysis of Jackson's judgments, unsupported by any cited evidence, consider his remark, quoted above, that in Barcelona the naive optimism of the revolutionary conquests of the previous August had given way to feelings of resentment and of somehow having been cheated. It is a fact that by January 193-7 there was great disaffection in Barcelona. But was this simply a consequence of the unsuspected complexity of modern society? Looking into the matter a bit more closely, we see a rather different picture. Under Russian pressure, the SEC was given substantial control of the Catalonian government, putting into the food ministry. In December 1936, the man most to the right in present Catalan politics, Comín, 87 by virtue of his political views, the most willing collaborator with the General Communist Party position. According to Jackson, Comín immediately took steps to end barter and requisitioning, and became a defender of the peasants against the revolution. p. 314. He ended requisition. 93. American power and the Enumanda RINS restored money payments and protected the Catalan peasants against further collectivization. p. 361. This is all that Jackson has to say about Juan Comín. Learn more from other sources, for example, Borcano, who was in Barcelona for the second time in January 1st, 93-7 and is universally recognized as a highly knowledgeable and expert observer, with strong anti-anarchist sentiments. According to Borcano, Comín represented a political attitude which can best be compared with that of the extreme right wing of the German social democracy. He had always regarded the fight against anarchism as the chief aim of socialist policy in Spain. To his surprise, he found unexpected allies for his dislike of anarchist policies in the communists. 88. It was impossible to reverse collectivization of industry at that stage in the process of counter-revolution. Comín did succeed, however, in abolishing the system by which the provisioning of Barcelona had been organized, namely, the village committees, mostly under CNT influence, which had cooperated, perhaps, Borcano suggests, unwillingly, in delivering flour to the towns. Continuing, Borcano describes the situation as follows. Comín, starting from those principles of abstract liberal Methodism which no administration has followed during the war, but of which right-wing socialists are the last and most religious admirers, did not substitute for the chaotic bread committees of centralized administration. He restored private commerce in bread, simply and completely. There was, in January, not even a system of rationing in Barcelona. Workers were simply left to get their bread, if wages, which had hardly changed since May, at increased prices, as well as they could. In practice, it meant that the women had to form queues from 4 o'clock in the morning onwards. The resentment in the working class districts was naturally acute, the more so as the scarcity of bread rapidly increased after Comín had taken office. 89. 94. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. In short, the workers of Barcelona were not merely giving way to feelings of resentment and of somehow having been cheated when they learned of the unsuspected complexity of modern society. Rather, they had good reason to believe that they were being cheated by the old dog with a new collar. George Orwell's observations are also highly relevant. Everyone who has made 2 visits, at intervals of months, to Barcelona during the war has remarked upon the extraordinary changes that took place in it. And curiously enough, whether they went there first in August and again in January, or, like myself, first in December and again in April, the thing they said was always the same, that the revolutionary atmosphere had vanished. No doubt to anyone who had been there in August, when the blood was scarcely dry in the streets and militia were quartered in the small hotels, Barcelona in December would have seemed bourgeois to me. Fresh from England, it was liker to a workers' city than anything I had conceived possible. Now, in April, the tide had rolled back. Once again it was an ordinary city, a little pinched and chipped by war, but with no outward sign of working-class predominance. Fat prosperous men, elegant women, and sleek cars were everywhere. The officers of the new popular army, a type that had scarcely existed when I left Barcelona, swarmed in surprising numbers, wearing an elegant khaki uniform with a tight waist, like a British Army officer's uniform, only a little more so. I do not suppose that more than 1 in 20 of them had yet been to the front, but all of them had automatic pistols strapped to their belts. We, at the front, could not get pistols for love or money. A deep change had come over the town. There were 2 facts that were the keen out of all else. One was that the people, the civil population, had lost much of their interest in the war. The other was that the normal division of society into rich and poor, upper class and lower class, was reasserting itself. Orwell had just returned from the Aragon front, where he had been serving with the Boom militia in an area heavily dominated by left-wing, Boom and anarchist troops. 95. American Power and the NU Mandarins. Whereas Jackson attributes the ebbing of the revolutionary tide to the discovery of the unsuspected complexity of modern society, Orwell's first-hand observations, like those of Bourcano, suggest a far simpler explanation. What calls for explanation is not the disaffection of the workers of Barcelona but the curious constructions of the historian. Let me repeat, at this point, Jackson's comments regarding Juan Comera. Comera immediately took steps to end barter and requisitioning, and became a defender of the peasants against the revolution. He ended requisitions, restored money payments, and protected the Catalan peasants against further collectivization. These comments imply that the peasantry of Catalonia was, as a body, opposed to the revolution and that Comera put a stop to the collectivization that they feared. Jackson nowhere indicates any divisions among the peasantry on this issue and offers no support for the implied claim that collectivization was in process at the period of Comera's access to power. In fact, it is questionable that Comera's rise to power affected the course of collectivization in Catalonia. Evidence is difficult to come by, but it seems that collectivization of agriculture in Catalonia was not, in any event, extensive, and that it was not extending in December, when Comera took office. We know from anarchist sources that there had been instances of forced collectivization in Catalonia, 91, but I can find no evidence that Comera protected the peasantry from forced collectivization. Furthermore, it is misleading, at best, to imply that the peasantry as a whole was opposed to collectivization. A more accurate picture is presented by Bulletin, p. 56, who points out that if the individual farmer viewed with dismay the swift and widespread development of collectivized agriculture, the farm workers of the anarcho-syndicalist CNT and the socialist UGT saw in it. 96. objectivity and liberal scholarship. On the contrary, the commencement of a new era. In short, there was a complex class struggle in the countryside, though one learns little about it from Jackson's oversimplified and misleading account. It would seem fair to suppose that this distortion again reflects Jackson's antipathy towards the revolution and its goals. I will return to this question directly, with reference to areas where agricultural collectivization was much more extensive than in Catalonia. The complexities of modern society that baffled and confounded the unsuspecting anarchist workers of Barcelona, as Jackson enumerates them, were the following: the accumulating food and supply problems and the administration of frontier posts, villages, and public utilities. As just noted, the food and supply problems seem to have accumulated most rapidly under the brilliant leadership of Juan Comera. So far as the frontier posts are concerned, the situation, as Jackson elsewhere describes it, p. 368, was basically as follows. In Catalonia, the anarchists had, ever since July 18th, controlled the customs stations at the French border. On April 1, 1993-7, the recognized Carabineros, acting on orders of the finance minister, Juan Negrin, began to reoccupy the frontier. At least 8 anarchists were killed in clashes with the Carabineros. Apart from this difficulty, admittedly serious, there seems little reason to suppose that the problem of manning frontier posts contributed to the ebbing of the revolutionary tide. The available records do not indicate that the problems of administering villages or public utilities were either unsuspected or too complex from the Catalonian workers, a remarkable and unsuspected development, but one which nevertheless appears to be borne out by the evidence available to us. I want to emphasize again that Jackson presents no evidence to support his conclusions about the ebbing of the 97. American Power and the New Mandarins. Revolutionary tide and the reasons for the disaffection of the Catalonian workers. Once again, I think it fair to attribute his conclusions to the elitist bias of the liberal intellectual rather than to the historical record. Consider next Jackson's comment that the anarchists explain the loss of Malaga as due in large measure to the low morale and the disorientation of the Andalusian proletariat, which saw the Valencia government evolving steadily toward the right. Again, it seems that Jackson regards this as just another indication of the naivety and unreasonableness of the Spanish anarchists. However, here again there is more to the story. One of the primary sources that Jackson cites is Borcano, quite naturally, since Borcano spent several days in the area just prior to the fall of Malaga on February 8, 1993-7. But Borcano's detailed observations tend to bear out the anarchist explanation, at least in part. He believed that Malaga might have been saved, but only by a fight of despair with mass involvement, of a sort that the anarchists might have led. But 2 factors prevented such a defense. First, the officer assigned to lead the defense, Lieutenant Colonel Villalba, interpreted this task as a purely military one, whereas in reality he had no military means at his disposal but only the forces of a popular movement. He was a professional officer, who in the secrecy of his heart hated the spirit of the militia and was incapable of comprehending the political factor. 92. A second factor was the significant decline, by February, of political consciousness and mass involvement. The anarchist committees were no longer functioning and the authority of the police and civil guards had been restored. The nuisance of hundreds of independent village police bodies had disappeared, but with it the passionate interest of the village in the Civil War. The short interlude of the Spanish-Soviet system was at an end, p. 212. After re. 98. Objectivity and liberal scholarship p. Viewing the local situation in Malaga and the conflicts in the Valencia government, which failed to provide support or arms for the militia defending Malaga. Borcanau concludes, p. 228, the Spanish Republic paid with the fall of Malaga for the decision of the right wing of its camp to make an end of social revolution and of its left wing not to allow that. Jackson's discussion of the fall of Malaga refers to the terror and political rivalries within the town, but makes no reference to the fact that Borcanau's description and the accompanying interpretation do support the belief that the defeat was due in large measure to low morale and to the incapacity or unwillingness of the Valencia government to fight a popular war. On the contrary, he concludes that Colonel Villalba's lack of means for controlling the bitter political rivalries was one factor that prevented him from carrying out the essential military tasks. Thus he seems to adopt the view that Borcanau condemns, that the task was a purely military one. Borcanau's eyewitness account appears to me much more convincing. In this case too, Jackson has described the situation in a somewhat misleading fashion, perhaps again because of the elitist bias that dominates the liberal communist interpretation of the Civil War. Like Lieutenant Colonel Villalba, liberal historians often reveal a strong distaste for the forces of a popular movement and the spirit of the militia, and an argument can be given that they correspondingly fail to comprehend the political factor. In the May days of 1993-7, the revelation in Catalonia received the final blow. On May 3, the Councillor for Public Order, SUC member Rodriguez Salas, appeared at the Central Telephone Building with a detachment of police, without prior warning or consultation with the anarchist ministers in the government, to take over the telephone exchange. The X-99 American Power and the Mandarins change, formerly the property of IT&T, had been captured by Barcelona workers in July and had since functioned under the control of a UGTCNT committee, with a governmental delegate, quite in accord with the collectivization decree of October 24, 193-6. According to the London Daily Worker, May 1, 193-7, Salas sent the armed Republican police to disarm the employees there, most of them members of the CNT unions. The motive, according to one committee, was to put a stop to an abnormal situation, namely, that no one could speak over the telephone without the indiscreet ear of the controller knowing it. 193 armed resistance in the telephone building prevented its occupation. Local defense committees erected barricades throughout Barcelona. Campaigners and the anarchist leaders pleaded with the workers to disarm. An uneasy truce continued until May 6, when the first detachments of assault guards arrived, violating the promises of the government that the truce would be observed and military forces withdrawn. The troops were under the command of General Buzzes, formerly commander of the hated Civil Guard and now a member of the Communist Party. In the fighting that followed, there was some 500 killed and over 1,000 wounded. The May Days in reality sounded the death knell of the revolution, announcing political defeat for all and death for certain of the revolutionary leaders. 194. These events have enormous significance in the history of the Spanish Revolution. Jackson sketches in bare outline as a marginal incident. Obviously, the historian's account must be selective, from the left liberal point of view that Jackson shares with Hugh Thomas and many others. The liquidation of the revolution in Catalonia was a minor event, as the revelation itself was merely a kind of irrelevant nuisance, a minor irritant diverting energy from the struggle to save the bourgeois government. 100. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. The decision to crush the revelation by force is described as follows. On May 5, campaigners obtained a fragile truce, on the basis of which the SUC councillors were to retire from the regional government, and the question of the telephone company was left to future negotiation. That very night, however, Antonio says, a UGT official who was about to enter the recognized cabinet was murdered. In any event, the Valencia authorities were in no mood to temporize further with the Catalan left. On May 6, several thousand asaltos arrived in the city, and the Republican Navy demonstrated in the port. 95. What is interesting about this description is what is left unsaid. For example, there is no comment on the fact that the dispatch of the asaltos violated the fragile truce that had been accepted by the Barcelona workers and the anarchist and the boom troops nearby, and barely a mention of the bloody consequences or the political meaning of this unwillingness to temporize further with the Catalan left. There is no mention of the fact that along with Cés Benirall and other anarchist leaders were murdered, not only during the May days but in the weeks preceding. 96. Jackson does not refer to the fact that along with the Republican Navy, British ships also demonstrated in the port. 97. Nor does he refer to Orwell's telling observations about the assault guards, as compared to the troops at the front, where he had spent the preceding months. The assault guards were splendid troops, much the best I had seen in Spain. I was used to the ragged, scarcely armed militia on the Aragon front, and I had not known that the Republic possessed troops like these. The civil guards and carabineros, who were not intended for the front at all, were better armed and far better clad than ourselves. I suspect it is the same All was always the same contrast between there. 101. American power and the Enumander RINS. Sleek police in the rear and the ragged soldiers in the line. 98. See pages 104-5 below. The contrast reveals a good deal about the nature of the war, as it was understood by the Valencia government. Later, Orwell was to make this conclusion explicit. A government which sends boys of 15 to the front with rifles 40 years old and keeps its biggest man and newest weapons in the rear is manifestly more afraid of the revolution than of the fascists. Hence the feeble war policy of the past 6 months, and hence the compromise with which the war will almost certainly end. 99. Jackson's account of these events, with its omissions and assumptions, suggests that he perhaps shares the view that the greatest danger in Spain would have been a victory of the revolution. Jackson apparently discounts Orwell's testimony to some extent, commenting that the readers should bear in mind Orwell's own honest statement that he knew very little about the political complexities of the struggle. This is a strange comment. For one thing, Orwell's analysis of the political complexities of the struggle bears up rather well after 30 years. If it is defective, it is probably in his tendency to give too much prominence to the boom in comparison with the anarchists, not surprising, in view of the fact that he was with the boom militia. His exposure of the fatuous nonsense that was appearing at the time in the Stalinist and liberal presses appears quite accurate, and later discoveries have given little reason to challenge the basic facts that he reported or the interpretation that he proposed in the heat of the conflict. Orwell does, in fact, refer to his own political ignorance. Commenting on the final defeat of the revelation in El/Fay, he states, "I realize, though owing to my political ignorance, not so clearly as I ought to have done, that when the government felt more sure of itself there would be reprisals. But this form of political ignorance bars." 102. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Simply been compounded in more recent historical work. Shortly after the May days, the Caballero government fell, and Juan Negrin became Premier of Republican Spain. Negrin is described as follows by Brom and the Temime. He is an unconditional defender of capitalist property and resolute adversary of collectivization, whom the CNT ministers find blocking all of their proposals. He is the one who solidly recognized the Carabineros and presided over the transfer of the gold reserves of the Republic to the USSR. He enjoyed the confidence of the moderates. and was on excellent terms with the communists. The first major act of the Negrin government was the suppression of the boom and the consolidation of central control over Catalonia. The government next turned to Aragon, which had been under largely anarchist control since the first days of the revolution, and where agricultural collectivization was quite extensive and communist elements very weak. The municipal councils of Aragon were coordinated by the Council of Aragon, headed by Joaquin Escoso, a well-known CNT militant, one of whose brothers had been killed during the May Days. Under the Caballero government, the anarchists had agreed to give representation to other anti-fascist parties, including the communists, but the majority remained anarchist. In August, the Negrin government announced the dissolution of the Council of Aragon and dispatched a division of the Spanish army, commanded by the communist officer Enrique Lister, to enforce the dissolution of the local committees, dismantle the collectives, and establish central government control. Escoso was arrested on the charge of having been responsible for the robbery of jewellery, namely, the jewellery robbed by the council for its own use in the fall of 1936. The local anarchist press was suppressed in favour of a communist journal, and in 103. American Power and the new Mandarins. General local anarchist centres were forcibly occupied and closed. The last anarchist stronghold was captured, with tanks and artillery, on September 2nd. Because of government-imposed censorship, there is very little of a direct record of these events, and the major histories pass over them quickly. 100 According to Morrow, the official CNT press compared the assault on Aragon with the subjection of Asturias by López Ochoa in October 1934, the latter, one of the bloodiest acts of repression in modern Spanish history. Although this is an exaggeration, it is a fact that the popular organs of administration were wiped out by Lister's legions, and the revolution was now over, so far as Aragon was concerned. About these events, Jackson has the following comments. On August 1, the government announced the dissolution of the Consejo de Aragon, the anarchist-dominated administration which had been recognized by Largo Caballero in December 1936. The peasants were known to hate the Consejo. The anarchists had asserted the front during the Barcelona fighting, and the very existence of the Consejo was a standing challenge to the authority of the central government. For all these reasons, Negrin did not hesitate to send in troops, and to arrest the anarchist officials. Once their authority had been broken, however, they were released. 101. These remarks are most interesting. Consider first the charge that the anarchists had deserted the front during the May Days. It is true that elements of certain anarchist and boom divisions were prepared to march on Barcelona, but after the fragile truce was established on May 5, they did not do so. No anarchist forces even approached Barcelona to defend the Barcelona proletariat and its institutions from attack. However, a motorized column of 5,000 assault guards was sent from the front by the government to break the fragile truce. 102 Hence the only forces to desert the front during the Barcelona fighting were 104. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Those dispatched by the government to complete the job of dismantling the revolution by force. Recall Orwell's observations quoted above, pages 1012. What about Jackson's statement that the peasants were known to hate the Consejo? As in the other cases I have cited, Jackson gives no indication of any evidence on which such a judgment might be based. The most detailed investigation of the collectives is from anarchist sources, and they indicate that Aragon was one of the areas where collectivization was most widespread and successful. 1°3 Both the CNT and the UGT Land Workers' Federation were vigorous in their support for collectivization, and there is no doubt that both were mass organizations. A number of non-anarchists, observing collectivization in Aragon firsthand, gave very favorable reports and stressed the voluntary character of collectivization. 104 According to Gaston Level, an anarchist observer who carried out detailed investigation of rural collectivization, in Aragon 75% of small proprietors have voluntarily adhered to the new order of things, and others were not forced to involve themselves in collectives. 105 Other anarchist observers, Augustin Souchy in particular, gave detailed observations of the functioning of the Aragon collectives. Unless one is willing to assume a fantastic degree of falsification, it is impossible to reconcile their descriptions with the claim that the peasants were known to hate their consul, unless, of course, one restricts the term peasant to individual farm owner, in which case it might very well be true, but would justify disbanding the council only on the assumption that the rights of the individual farm owner must predominate, not those of the landless worker. There is little doubt that the collectives were economically successful. 106 Hardly likely if collectivization were forced and hated by the peasantry. 105. American power and the Enumander RINS. I have already cited Bolton's general conclusion, based on very extensive documentary evidence, that while the individual farmer may have viewed the development of collectivized agriculture with dismay, the farm workers of the anarcho-syndicalist CNT and the socialist UGT saw in it, on the contrary, the commencement of a new era. This conclusion seems quite reasonable, on the basis of the materials that are available. With respect to Aragon, specifically, he remarks that the debt-ridden peasants were strongly affected by the ideas of the CNT and FAI, a factor that gave a powerful spontaneous impulse to collective farming, though difficulties are cited by anarchist sources, which in general appear to be quite honest about failures. Bolton cites two communist sources, among others, to the effect that about 70% of the population in rural areas of Aragon lived in collectives. p. 7.1. He adds that many of the region's 450 collectives were largely voluntary, although the presence of militiamen from the neighbouring region of Catalonia, the immense majority of whom were members of the CNT and FAI, was in some measure responsible for the extensive collectivization. He also points out that in many instances peasant proprietors who were not compelled to adhere to the collective system did so for other reasons. Not only were they prevented from employing hired labour and disposing freely of their crops, but they were often denied all benefits enjoyed by members. p. 7.2. Bolton cites the attempt of the Communists in April 1, 1937 to cause dissension in areas where the CNT and UGT had established collective farms by mutual agreement. p. 195, leading in some cases to pitched battles and dozens of assassinations, according to CNT sources. 107. Bolton's detailed analysis of the events of the summer of 106. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. 193.7 sheds considerable light on the question of peasant attitudes towards collectivization in Aragon. It was inevitable that the attacks on the collectives should have had an unfavourable effect upon rural economy and upon morale, for while it is true that in some areas collectivization was anathema to the majority of peasants, it is no less true that in others collective farms were organized spontaneously by the bulk of the peasant population. In Toledo province, for example, where even before the war rural collectives existed, 83% of the peasants, according to a source friendly to the Communists, decided in favor of the collective cultivation of the soil. As the campaign against the collective farms reached its height just before the summer harvest, 193.7, a pall of dismay and apprehension descended upon the agricultural labourers. Work in the fields was abandoned in many places or only carried on apathetically, and there was danger that a substantial portion of the harvest, vital from the war effort, would be left to rot. p. 196. It was under these circumstances, he points out, that the communists were forced to change their policy and temporarily to tolerate the collectives. A decree was passed legalizing collectives during the current agricultural year, his italics, and offering them some aid. This produced a sense of relief in the countryside during the vital period of the harvest. Immediately after the crops had been gathered, the policy changed again to one of harsh repression. Bulletin cites communist sources to the effect that a short though fierce campaign at the beginning of August prepared the way for the dissolution of the Council of Aragon. Following the dissolution decree, the newly appointed Governor-General, José Ignacio L. /6N, a member of the left Republican Party, but a secret communist sympathizer, who joined the party in exile after the war, ordered the breakup of the collective farms. The means, Lister's division, which restored the old order by force. 107. American power and the new Mandarins. And terror. Bulletin cites communist sources conceding the excessive harshness of Lister's methods. He quotes the Communist General Secretary of the Institute of Agrarian Reform, who admits that the measures taken to dissolve the collectives were a very grave mistake, and produced tremendous disorganization in the countryside, as those persons who were discontented with the collectives took them by assault, carrying away and dividing up the harvest and farm implements without respecting the collectives that had been formed without violence or pressure, that were prosperous, and that were a model of organization. As a result, labor in the fields was suspended almost entirely, and a quarter of the land had not been prepared at the time for sowing. p. 200. Once again, it was necessary to ameliorate the harsh repression of the collectives, to prevent disaster. Summarizing these events, Bulletin describes the resulting situation as follows. But although the situation in Aragon improved in some degree, the hatreds and resentments generated by the breakup of the collectives and by the repression that followed were never wholly dispelled. Nor was the resultant disillusionment that sapped the spirit of the anarcho-syndicalist forces on the Aragon front ever entirely removed, a disillusionment that no doubt contributed to the collapse of that front a few months later. After the destruction of the collective farms in Aragon, the Communist Party was compelled to modify its policy and support collectives also in other regions against former owners who sought the return of confiscated land. Pages 200 to 201. Returning to Jackson's remarks, I think we must conclude that they seriously misrepresent the situation. 108. The dissolution of the Council of Aragon and the large-scale destruction of the collectives by military force was simply another stage in the eradication of the popular revelation and the restoration of the old order. Let me emphasize that I am not criticizing Jackson. 108. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. For his negative attitude towards the social revolution, but rather for the failure of objectivity when he deals with the revelation and the ensuing repression. Among historians of the Spanish Civil War, the dominant view is that the communist policy was in essentials the correct one, that, in order to consolidate domestic and international support for the Republic, it was necessary to block and then reverse the social revolution. Jackson, for example, states that Caballero realized that it was absolutely necessary to rebuild the authority of the Republican state and to work in close cooperation with the middle-class liberals. The anarchist leaders who entered the government shared this view, putting their trust in the good faith of liberals such as Companys and believing naively, as events were to show, that the Western democracies would come to their aid. A policy diametrically opposed to this was advocated by Camilo Benary. In his open letter to the anarchist minister Frederick Monson E109 he summarizes his views in the following way: the dilemma, war or revolution, no longer has meaning. The only dilemma is this: either victory over Franco through revolutionary war, or defeat, his italics. He argued that Morocco should be granted independence and that an attempt should be made to stir up rebellion throughout North Africa. Thus, a revolutionary struggle should be undertaken against Western capitalism in North Africa and, simultaneously, against the bourgeois regime in Spain, which was gradually dismantling the accomplishments of the July Revolution. The primary front should be political. Franco relied heavily on Moorish contingents, including a substantial number from French Morocco. The Republic might exploit this fact, demoralizing the nationalist forces and perhaps even winning them to the revolutionary cause by political agitation based on 109. AMERICAN Mandarins. The concrete alternative of pan-Islamic, specifically Moroccan revolution. Writing in April 1937, Benari urged that the army of the Republic be reorganized for the defense of the revolution, so that it might recover the spirit of popular participation of the early days of the revolution. He quotes the words of his compatriot Louis Bertoni, writing from the Huesca front. The Spanish War, deprived of all new faith, of any idea of a social transformation, of all revolutionary grandeur, of any universal meaning, is now merely a national war of independence that must be carried on to avoid the extermination that the international plutocracy demands. There remains a terrible question of life or death, but no longer a war to build a new society and a new humanity. In such a war, the human element that might bring victory over fascism is lost. In retrospect, Benari's ideas seem quite reasonable. Delegations of Moroccan nationalists did in fact approach the Valencia government asking for arms and materiel, but were refused by Caballero, who actually proposed territorial concessions in North Africa to France and England to try to win their support. Commenting on these facts, Bruno Temime observed that these policies deprived the Republic of the instrument of revolutionary defeatism in the enemy army, and even of a possible weapon against Italian intervention. Jackson, on the other hand, dismisses Benari's suggestion with the remark that independence for Morocco, as for that matter, even aid to the Moroccan nationalists, was a gesture that would have been highly appreciated in Paris and London. Of course it is correct that France and Britain would hardly have appreciated this development. As Benari points out, it goes without saying that one cannot simultaneously guarantee French and British interests in Morocco and carry out an insurrection. But Jack. One an egg. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Sun's comment does not touch on the central issue, namely, whether the Spanish Revolution could have been preserved, both from the fascists at the front and from the bourgeois communist coalition within the Republic, by a revolutionary war of the sort that the left proposed, or, for that matter, whether the Republic might not have been saved by a political struggle that involved Franco's invading Moorish troops, or at least eroded their morale. It is easy to see why Caballero was not attracted by this bold scheme, given his reliance on the eventual backing of the Western democracies. On the basis of what we know today, however, Jackson's summary dismissal of revolutionary war is much too abrupt. Furthermore, Bertoni's observations from the Huesca front are borne out by much other evidence, some of it cited earlier. Even those who accepted the communist strategy of discipline and central control as necessary concede that the repressions that formed an ineliminable part of this strategy tended to break the fighting spirit of the people. 110. One can only speculate, but it seems to me that many commentators have seriously underestimated the significance of the political factor, the potential strength of a popular struggle to defend the achievements of the revolution. It is perhaps relevant that Asturias, the one area of Spain where the system of CNTUGT committees was not eliminated in favor of central control, is also the one area where guerrilla warfare continued well after Franco's victory. Bruin Temime observe 111 that the resistance of the partisans of Asturias demonstrates the depth of the revolutionary elan, which had not been shattered by the reinstitution of state authority, conducted here with greater prudence. There can be no doubt that the revolution was both widespread and deeply rooted in the Spanish masses. It seems quite possible that a revolutionary war of the sort advocated by Benari would. 111. Amarai California when power and the new Mandarins have been successful, despite the greater military force of the fascist armies. The idea that men can overcome machines no longer seems as romantic or naive as it may have a few years ago. Furthermore, the trust placed in the bourgeois government by the anarchist leaders was not honored, as the history of the counter-revolution clearly shows. In retrospect, it seems that Benari was correct in arguing that they should not have taken part in the bourgeois government, but should rather have sought to replace this government with the institutions created by the revolution. 112 The anarchist minister Garcia Oliver stated that we had confidence in the word and in the person of a Catalan Democrat and retained and supported Companys as president of the Generalitat. 113 At a time when in Catalonia, at least, the workers' organizations could easily have replaced the state apparatus and dispensed with the former political parties, as they had replaced the old economy with an entirely new structure. Companys recognized fully that there were limits beyond which he could not cooperate with the anarchists. In an interview with H. Kaminsky, he refused to specify these limits, but merely expressed his hope that the anarchist masses will not oppose the good sense of their leaders, who have accepted the responsibilities incumbent upon them. He saw his task as directing these responsibilities in the proper path, not further specified in the interview, but shown by the events leading up to the May days. 114 Probably, Companys' attitude towards this willingness of the anarchist leaders to cooperate was expressed accurately in his reaction to the suggestion of a correspondent of the New Statesman and Nation, who predicted that the assassination of the anarchist mayor of Puigcerdá would lead to a revolt. Companys laughed scornfully and said the anarchists would capitulate as they always had. 112. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Before. 115 As has already been pointed out in some detail, the Liberal Communist Party coalition had no intention of letting the war against Franco take precedence over the crushing of the revolution. A spokesman for Comera put the matter clearly. This slogan has been attributed to the PSUC. Before taking Saragossa, it is necessary to take Barcelona. This reflects the situation exactly. 116 Comera himself had, from the beginning, pressed Companys to resist the CNT. 117 The first task of the anti-fascist coalition, he maintained, was to dissolve the revolutionary committees. 118 I have already cited a good deal of evidence indicating that the repression conducted by the Popular Front seriously weakened popular commitment and involvement in the anti-fascist war. What was evident to George Orwell was also clear to the Barcelona workers and the peasants in the collectivized villages of Aragon. The Liberal Communist Coalition would not tolerate a revolutionary transformation of Spanish society. It would commit itself fully to the anti-Franco struggle only after the old order was firmly re-established, by force, if necessary. 119. There is little doubt that farm workers in the collectives understood quite well the social content of the drive towards consolidation and central control. We learn this not only from anarchist sources but also from the socialist press in the spring of 1993-7. On May The Socialist Party newspaper Adelante had the following to say. At the outbreak of the fascist revolt, the labor organizations and the democratic elements in the country were in agreement that the so-called nationalist revolution, which threatened to plunge our people into the abyss of deepest misery, could be halted only by a social revolution. The Communist Party, however, opposed this view with all its might. It had apparently completely forgotten its old theories of a workers' and peasants' republic and a dictatorship of the proletariat. From its constant repetition of 113. Amarai California en Power NDTHEN Mandarins. Its new slogan of the Parliamentary Democratic Republic, it is clear that it has lost all sense of reality. When the Catholic and conservative sections of the Spanish bourgeoisie saw their old system smashed and could find no way out, the Communist Party instilled new hope into them. It assured them that the democratic bourgeois republic for which it was pleading put no obstacles in the way of Catholic propaganda and, above all, that it stood ready to defend the class interests of the bourgeoisie. 120. That this realization was widespread in the rural areas was underscored dramatically by a questionnaire sent by Adelante to secretaries of the UGT Federation of Land Workers, published in June 193 7.121. The results are summarized as follows. The replies to these questions revealed an astounding unanimity. Everywhere the same story. The peasant collectives are today most vigorously opposed by the Communist Party. The Communists organized the well-to-do farmers who are on the lookout for cheap labor and are, for this reason, outspokenly hostile to the cooperative undertakings of the poor peasants. It is the element which before the revolution sympathized with the fascists and monarchists which, according to the testimony of the trade union representatives, is now flocking into the ranks of the Communist Party. As to the general effect of communist activity on the country, the secretaries of the UGT had only one opinion, which the representative of the Valencia organization put in these words: it is a misfortune in the fullest sense of the word. 122. It is not difficult to imagine how the recognition of this misfortune must have affected the willingness of the land workers to take part in the anti-fascist war, with all the sacrifices that this entailed. The attitude of the central government to the revolution was brutally revealed by its acts and is attested as well in its propaganda. A former minister describes the situation as follows. 114. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. The fact that is concealed by the coalition of the Spanish Communist Party with the left Republicans and right-wing socialists is that there has been a successful social revolution in half of Spain. Successful, that is, in the collectivization of factories and farms which are operated under trade union control, and operated quite efficiently. During the 3 months that I was Director of Propaganda for the United States and England under Álvarez del Valle, then Foreign Minister for the Valencia government, I was instructed not to send out one word about this revolution in the economic system of Loyalist Spain. Nor are any foreign correspondents in Valencia permitted to write freely of the revelation that has taken place. 123. In short, there is much reason to believe that the will to fight Franco was significantly diminished, perhaps destroyed, by the policy of authoritarian centralization undertaken by the liberal communist coalition, carried through by force, and disguised in the propaganda that was disseminated among Western intellectuals. 124, and that still dominates the writing of history. To the extent that this is a correct judgment, the alternative proposed by Benaray and the left extremists gains in plausibility. As noted earlier, Caballero and the anarchist ministers accepted the policy of counter-revolution because of their trust in the Western democracies, which they felt sure would sooner or later come to their aid. This feeling was perhaps understandable in 193-7. It is strange, however, that a historian writing in the 1960s should dismiss the proposal to strike at Franco's rear by extending the Revolutionary War to Morocco, on grounds that this would have displeased Western capitalism. See page 110 above. Benari was quite right in his belief that the Western democracies would not take part in an anti-fascist struggle in Spain. In fact, their complicity in the fascist insurrection was not slight. 115. AMERI California when power ANDTHENU Mandarins. French bankers, who were generally pro-Franco, blocked the release of Spanish gold to the Loyalist government, thus hindering the purchase of alms and, incidentally, increasing the reliance of the Republic on the Soviet Union. 125 The policy of non-intervention, which effectively blocked Western aid from the Loyalist government while Hitler and Mussolini in effect won the war for Franco, was also technically initiated by the French government, though apparently under heavy British pressure. 126. As far as Great Britain is concerned, the hope that it would come to the aid of the Republic was always unrealistic. A few days after the Franco coup, the foreign editor of Paris Soi wrote, "At least 4 countries are already taking active interest in the battle: France, which is supporting the Madrid government, and Britain, Germany and Italy, each of which is giving discreet but nevertheless effective assistance to one group or another among the insurgents." 127. In fact, British support for Franco took a fairly concrete form at the very earliest stages of the insurrection. The Spanish Navy remained loyal to the Republic, and made some attempt to prevent Franco from ferrying troops from Morocco to Spain. Italian and German involvement in overcoming these efforts is well documented. 128. The British role has received less attention, but can be determined from contemporary reports. On August 1, 1936, the New York Times carried a front-page report on British naval actions in the Straits of Gibraltar, commenting that this action helps the rebels by preventing attacks on Algeciras, where troops from Morocco land. A few days earlier, Loyalist warships had bombarded Algeciras, damaging the British con. To be more precise, pro-Franco officers were killed, and the seamen remained loyal to the Republic, in many instances. 116. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Sulet, an accompanying dispatch from Gibraltar, describes the situation as it appeared from there. Angered by the Spanish factions endangering of shipping and neutral Gibraltar territory in their fighting, Great Britain virtually blockaded Gibraltar harbour last night with a huge battleship Queen Elizabeth in the centre of the entrance, constantly playing searchlights on nearby waters. Many British warships patrolled the entire strait today, determined to prevent interference with Britain's control over the entrance to the Mediterranean, a vital place in the British lifeline to the east. This action followed repeated warnings to the Spanish government and yesterday's decree that no more fighting would be permitted in Gibraltar harbour. The British at Gibraltar had become increasingly nervous after the shelling of Algeciras by the Loyalist battleship Jaime. Although British neutrality is still maintained, the patrol of the strait and the closing of the harbour will aid the military rebels because Loyalist warships cannot attempt to take Algeciras, now in rebel hands, and completely isolate the rebels from Morocco. The rebels now can release some troops, who were rushed back to Algeciras, for duty further north in the drive for Madrid. It was reported in Gibraltar tonight that the rebels had sent a transport across the strait and had landed more troops from Morocco for use in the columns that are marching northward from headquarters at Seville. This was the second time this year that Britain warned a power when she believed her measure of Mediterranean control was threatened. and it remains to be seen whether the Madrid government will flout the British as the Italians did. If it attempts to do so, the British gunners of the Gibraltar fort have authority to fire warning shots. What will happen if such shots go unheeded is obvious. All the British here refer to the Madrid government as the Communists, and there is no doubt where British sympathies now lie, encouraged by the statement of General Francisco. 117. American Paulino the Mandarins. Franco, leader of the rebels, that he is not especially cooperating with Italy. The British government has ordered Spaniards here to cease plotting or be expelled and has asked Puritans loyally to refrain from either acting or speaking publicly in such a manner as to display marked partiality or partisanship. The warning, issued in the official Gibraltar Gazette, was signed by the British Colonial Secretary here. The warning was issued after reports of possible communist troubles here had reached official ears and after strong complaints that Spanish rebels were in Gibraltar. It was said rebels were making headquarters here and entering La Linea to fight. Italics mine. I have quoted this dispatch in full because it conveys rather accurately the character of British neutrality in the early stages of the war and thenceforth. In May 1938, the British ambassador to Spain, Sir Henry Chilton, expressed the conviction that a Franco victory was necessary for peace in Spain, that there was not the slightest chance that Italy and or Germany would dominate Spain, and that even if it were possible for the Spanish government to win, which he did not believe, he was convinced that a victory for Franco would be better for Great Britain. 129 Churchill, who was at first violently opposed to the Republic, modified his position somewhat after the crushing of the revolution in the summer of 193-7. What particularly pleased him was the forceful repression of the anarchists and the militarization of the Republic, necessary when the entire structure of civilization and social life is destroyed, as it had been by the revolution, now happily subdued. 130. However, his good feelings towards the Republic remained qualified. In an interview with August 1st for 1938, he expressed himself as follows: Franco has all the right on his side because he loves his country. Also Franco is defending Europe against the communist. 118. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Danger if you wish to put it in those terms. But I am English, and I prefer the triumph of the wrong cause. I prefer that the other side wins, because Franco could be an upset or a threat to British interests, and the others no. 131. The Germans were quite aware of British sentiments, naturally, and therefore were much concerned that the Supervisory Committee for the Non-Intervention Agreement be located in London rather than Paris. The German Foreign Ministry official responsible for this matter expressed his view on August 29, verse 936, as follows: Naturally, we have to count on complaints of all kinds being brought up in London regarding failure to observe the obligation not to intervene, but we cannot avoid such complaints in any case. It can, in fact, only be agreeable to us if the centre of gravity, which after all has thus far been in Paris because of the French initiative, is transferred to London. 132. They were not disappointed. In November, Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden stated in the House of Commons, so far as breaches of the non-intervention agreement were concerned, I wish to state categorically that I think there are other governments more to blame than those of Germany and Italy. 133. There was no factual basis for this statement, but it did reflect British attitudes. It is interesting that according to German sources, England was at that time supplying Franco with munitions through Gibraltar and, at the same time, providing information to Germany about Russian arms deliveries to the Republic. 134. The British left was for the most part in support of the Liberal Communist coalition, regarding Caballero as an infantile leftist and the anarchists as generally unspeakable. The British policy of mild support for Franco was to be successful in preserving British interests in Spain, as the Germans soon discovered. A German Foreign Ministry note of October 119. American power and THENU Mandarins. 193-7 to the embassy in nationalist Spain included the following observation: that England cannot permanently be kept from the Spanish market as in the past is a fact with which we have to reckon. England's old relations with the Spanish mines and the Generalissimo's desire, based on political and economic considerations, to come to an understanding with England place certain limits on our chances of reserving Spanish raw materials to ourselves permanently. 135. One can only speculate as to what might have been the effects of British support for the Republic. A discussion of this matter would take us far afield, into a consideration of British diplomacy during the late 1930s. It is perhaps worth mention, now that the Munich analogy is being bandied about in utter disregard from the historical facts by Secretary Rusk and a number of his academic supporters, that containment of communism was not a policy invented by George Kennan in 1947. Specifically, it was a dominant theme in the diplomacy of the 1930s. In 1934, Lloyd George stated that in a very short time, perhaps in a year, perhaps in two, the conservative elements in this country will be looking to Germany as the bulwark against communism in Europe. Do not let us be in a hurry to condemn Germany. We shall be welcoming Germany as our friend. 136. In September 1938, the Munich Agreement was concluded. Shortly after, both France and Britain did welcome Germany as our friend. As noted earlier, see note 99, even Churchill's role at this time is subject to some question. Of course, the Munich Agreement was the death knell for the Spanish Republic, exactly as the necessity to rely on the Soviet Union signaled the end of the Spanish Revolution in 193-7. The United States, like France, exhibited less initiative in these events than Great Britain, which had far more substantial economic interests in Spain and was more of an independent. 121. Objectivity and liberal scholarship Force in European affairs. Nevertheless, the American record is hardly one to inspire pride. Technically, the United States adhered to a position of strict neutrality. However, a careful look raises some doubts. According to information obtained by Jackson, the American colonel who headed the telephone company had placed private lines at the disposal of the Madrid plotters for their conversations with Generals Mola and Franco, 137 just prior to the insurrection on July 1, 7. In August, the American government urged the Martin Aircraft Company not to honor an agreement made prior to the insurrection to supply aircraft to the Republic, and it also pressured the Mexican government not to reship to Spain war materials purchased in the United States. 138. An American arms exporter, Robert Hughes, insisted on his legal right to ship airplanes and aircraft engines to the Republic in December 1, 936, and the State Department was forced to grant authorization. Hughes was denounced by Roosevelt as unpatriotic, though Roosevelt was forced to admit that the request was quite legal. Roosevelt contrasted the attitude of other businessmen to Hughes as follows. Well, these companies went along with the request of the government. There is the 90% of business that is honest, I mean ethically honest. There is the 90% we are always pointing at with pride. And then one man does what amounts to a perfectly legal but thoroughly unpatriotic act. He represents the 10% of business that does not live up to the best standards. Excuse the homily, but I feel quite deeply about it. 139. Among the businesses that remained ethically honest and therefore did not incur Roosevelt's wrath was the Texaco Oil Company, which violated its contracts with the Spanish Republic and shipped oil instead to Franco. 5 tankers that were on the high seas in July 1, 1993-6 were diverted to Franco, who received $6 million worth of oil on credit during the middle. 1-1. Amarai, California, when power and the Mandarins. Civil war. Apparently, neither the press nor the American government was able to discover this fact, though it was reported in left-wing journals at the time. 140. There is evidence that the American government shared the fears of Churchill and others about the dangerous forces on the Republican side. Secretary of State Cordell Hull, for example, informed Roosevelt on July 23, 1936, that one of the most serious factors in this situation lies in the fact that their Spanish government has distributed large quantities of arms and ammunition into the hands of irresponsible members of left-wing political organizations. 141. Like Churchill, many responsible Americans began to rethink their attitude towards the Republic after the social revolution had been crushed. 142. However, relations with Franco continued cordial. In 1957, President Eisenhower congratulated Franco on the happy anniversary of his rebellion, 143, and Secretary Rusk added his tribute in 1961. Upon criticism, Rusk was defended by the American ambassador to Madrid, who observed that Spain is a nation which understands the implacable nature of the communist threat. 144. Like Thailand, South Korea, Taiwan, and selected other countries of the free world. 145. In the light of such facts as these, it seems to me that Jackson is not treating the historical record seriously when he dismisses the proposals of the Spanish left as absurd. Quite possibly Bandarai's strategy would have failed, as did that of the liberal communist coalition that took over the Republic. It was far from senseless, however. I think that the failure of historians to consider it more seriously follows, once again, from the elitist bias that dominates the writing of history and, in this case, from a certain sentimentality about the Western democracies. 122. Zero objectivity and liberal scholarship. L. The study of collectivization published by the CNT in 937,146 concludes with a description of the village of Mambrilla. In its miserable huts live the poor inhabitants of a poor province, 8,000 people, but the streets are not paved. The town has no newspaper, no cinema, neither a cafe nor a library. On the other hand, it has many churches that have been burned. Immediately after the Franco insurrection, the land was expropriated and village life collectivized. Food, clothing and the tools were distributed equitably to the whole population. Money was abolished, work collectivized, all goods passed to middle. The community consumption was socialized. It was, however, not a socialization of wealth but of poverty. Work continued as before. An elected council appointed committees to organize the life of the commune and its relations to the outside world. The necessities of life were distributed freely, insofar as they were available. A large number of refugees were accommodated. A small library was established, and a small school of design. The document closes with these words. The whole population lived as in a large family, functionaries, delegates, the secretary of the syndicates, the members of the municipal council, all elected, acted as beads of a family. But they were controlled, because special privilege or corruption would not be tolerated. Mambrilla is perhaps the poorest village of Spain, that it is the most just. An account such as this, with its concern for human relations and the ideal of a just society, must appear very strange to the consciousness of the sophisticated intellectual, and it is therefore treated with scorn, or taken to be naive or primitive or otherwise irrational. Only when such prejudice is abandoned will it be possible for historians to undertake a serious study of. 123. American Power and the new Mandarins. The popular movement that transformed Republican Spain in one of the most remarkable social revolutions that history records. Franz Borcano, in commenting on the demoralization caused by the authoritarian practices of the central government, observes, p. 295, that newspapers are written by Europeanized editors, and the popular movement is inarticulate as to its deepest impulses, which are shown only by acts. The objectivity of scholarship will remain a delusion as long as these inarticulate impulses remain beyond its grasp. As far as the Spanish Revolution is concerned, its history is yet to be written. I have concentrated on one theme, the interpretation of the social revolution in Spain, in one work of history, a work that is an excellent example of liberal scholarship. It seems to me that there is more than enough evidence to show that a deep bias against social revolution and a commitment to the values and social order of liberal bourgeois democracy has led the author to misrepresent crucial events and to overlook major historical currents. My intention has not been to bring into question the commitment to these values. That is another matter entirely. Rather, it has been to show how this commitment has led to a striking failure of objectivity, providing an example of counter-revolutionary subordination of a much more subtle and interesting sort, and ultimately, I believe, a far more important one than those discussed in the first part of this essay. In opening this discussion of the Spanish Revolution, I referred to the classical left-wing critique of the social role of intellect. 124. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. 2. Marxist or otherwise, in modern society, and to Luxemburg's reservations regarding Bolshevism. Western sociologists have repeatedly emphasized the relevance of this analysis to developments in the Soviet Union, 147, with much justice. The same sociologists formulate the world revolution of the epoch in the following terms: the major transformation is the decline of business and of earlier social formations, and the rise of intellectuals and semi-intellectuals to effective power. 148. The ultra-left critic foresaw in these developments a new attack on human freedom and a more efficient system of exploitation. The Western sociologist sees in the rise of intellectuals to effective power the hope for a more humane and smoothly functioning society, in which problems can be solved by piecemeal technology. Who has the sharper eye? At least this much is plain. There are dangerous tendencies in the ideology of the welfare state intelligentsia who claim to possess the technique and understanding required to manage our post-industrial society and to organize an international society dominated by American superpower. Many of these dangers are revealed, at a purely ideological level, in the study of the counter-revolutionary subordination of scholarship. The dangers exist both insofar as the claim to knowledge is real and insofar as it is fraudulent. Insofar as the technique of management and control exists, it can be used to consolidate the authority of those who exercise it and to diminish spontaneous and free experimentation with new social forms, as it can limit the possibilities of reconstruction of society in the interests of those who are now, to a greater or lesser extent, dispossessed. Where the techniques fail, they will be supplemented by all of the methods of coercion that modern technology provides, to preserve order and stability. For a glimpse of what may lie ahead, consider the Godkin lectures of MacGeorge Bundy, recently delivered at Harvard. 149. 12. American Power and THEN Mander R. Brian S. Bundy urges that more power be concentrated in the executive branch of the government, now dangerously weak in relation to its present tasks. That the powerful executive will act with justice and wisdom, this presumably needs no argument. As an example of the superior executive who should be attracted to government and given still greater power, Bundy cites Robert /McNamara. Nothing could reveal more clearly the dangers inherent in the new society than the role that McNamara's Pentagon has played for the past half-dozen years. No doubt Hell/FC Samara succeeded in doing with utmost efficiency that which should not be done at all. No doubt he has shown an unparalleled mastery of the logistics of coercion and repression, bind with the most astonishing inability to comprehend political and human factors. The efficiency of the Pentagon is no less remarkable than its pratfalls. 150. When understanding fails, there is always more force in reserve. As the experiments in material and human resources control collapse and revolutionary development grinds to a halt, we simply resort more openly to the Gestapo tactics that are barely concealed behind the facsimile of pacification. 151. When American cities explode, we can expect the same. The technique of limited warfare translates neatly into a system of domestic repression far more humane, as will quickly be explained, than massacring those who are unwilling to wait for the inevitable victory of the war on poverty. Why should a liberal intellectual be so persuaded of the virtues of a political system of 4-year dictatorship? The answer seems all too plain. 126. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Endnotes. 1. Politics and the Morality of Scholarship, in Max Black, ed., The Morality of Scholarship, Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 1967, pages 59 to 88. 2. The War and Its Effects. 2. Congressional Record, December 13, 1967. 3. Congressional Record, July 27, 1967. 4. William A. Niswonger, Rural Pacification in Vietnam, Praja Special Studies, New York, Frederick A. Praja, Incorporated, 1967. One of a series of specialized research monographs in U.S. and international economics and politics. 5. Ithilda Solarpool, The Necessity for Social Scientists Doing Research for Governments, Background, Volume 10, August 1966, p. 111. 6. Max Weiss writes in Fortune that McNamara, his systems analysts, and their computers are not only contributing to the practical effectiveness of U.S. action, but raising the moral level of policy by a more conscious and selective attention to the definition of its aims, italics mine. Cited by Andrew Kopkind, The Future Planners, New Republic, February 25, 1967, p. 23. Comment would be superfluous. 7. Daniel Bell, Notes on the Post-Industrial Society, Part 1, Public Interest, No. 6, 1967, pages 24 to 35. 8. Some of the dangers are noted by Richard Goodwin in a review of Thomas Schelling's Arms and Influence in the New Yorker, February 1, 7, 1968, pp. 12-734. He observes that the most profound objection to this kind of strategic theory is not its limited usefulness but its danger, for it can lead us to believe we have an understanding of events and a control over their flow which we do not have. A still more profound objection, I think, is that the pretended objectivity of strategic theory can be used to justify the attempt to control the flow of events. 9. Seymour M. Lipset, Political Man, Garden City, NY, Doubleday and Company, Incorporated, 1960, p. 406. 10. Status Politics and New Anxieties, and the End of Ideology, New York, The Free Press, 1960, p. 119. 127. Amarai, California, when Power and the New Mandarins. 11. The Necessity and Difficulty of Planning the Future Society. Address given at the American Institute of Planners Conference, Washington, D.C., October 3, 967. Citing this, Senator Fulbright, Op. Cit. comments aptly that poverty, which is a tragedy in a poor country, blights our affluent society with something more than tragedy, being unnecessary, it is deeply immoral as well. He also compares the $904 billion we have spent on military power since World War XI inches with the $96 billion we have spent, out of our regular national budget, on education, health, welfare, housing, and community development. In his Challenge to Affluence, New York, Pantheon Books, 1963, Middle concludes that in society at large there is more equality of opportunity today than there ever was. But for the bottom layer there is less or none, p. 38. He questions the assumption that America is still the free and open society or its cherished image and well-established ideals, and remarks that as less and less work is required of the type that people in the urban and rural slums can offer, they will be increasingly isolated and exposed to unemployment and plain exploitation. There is an ugly smell rising from the basement of the stately American mansion, p. 49. 1-2. Adam Willam, The Unfinished Revolution, New York, Vintage Books, 1964, p. 97. 13. IN 1965. 20 companies out of 420,000 made 38% of profits after taxes, and earnings on foreign investments were well over 3 times what they were 5 years earlier. The sales of GM exceeded the GNP of all but 9 foreign countries. The 10 largest companies reported profits equal to the next 490. 1,000 companies disappeared through merger. 14. America in the Technotronic Age, Encounter, Volume 30, January 1, 968, pp. 1626. 15. Marxian Socialism in the United States, in Donald D. Egbert and S. Persons, eds. Socialism and American Life, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1952, Volume 1, p. 329. 16. Op. Cit. p. 5. Less typical, and more realistic, is his belief that these problems also seem to defy the social scientists' expertise. For some general discussions of this generosity, see, for example, David Horowitz, Hemispheres North and South, Baltimore, The Johns Hopkins Press, 1966, and many special studies. American public officials do not share this faith in our generosity, by and large. For example, the Assistant Secretary of State for Latin American Affairs observed. 128. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Bluntly, that the State Department is not disposed to favor large loans of public funds to countries not welcoming our private capital. State Department Bulletin Number 22, 1950, cited in Frederick Clementi, Economic Liberalism and Underdevelopment, Bombay and London, Asia Publishing House, 1960, p. 248. Eugene Black, testifying before Congress on the Asian Development Bank, pointed out that when the bank makes loans you have international bids, and I am sure that with our ability and ingenuity in this country, we will get our share of the business. We certainly ought to get more than a small amount we contribute. David Bell testified that the bank will play a major role in carrying forward another policy of our own assistance program, strengthening the role of the private sector by identifying particular projects which can attract private capital, by helping to draw up development plans and stimulate policies which will encourage private initiative, and by drawing private capital to the region. Nothing here about the generosity that characterizes our policy. Equally revealing is the history of programs such as the Alliance for Progress. As Senator Gore commented, this program has in large measure come to be a subsidy for American business and American exporters. Congressional Record, July 2, 1966. A fairly accurate judgment, so it appears. For example, the aid lending program in Latin America, according to former Alliance for Progress official William Rogers, The Twilight Struggle, New York, Random House, 1967, p. 205, is based on two elements: a demonstrated balance of payments needed to increase the nation's ability to import U.S. goods and services, and the adoption of public policies and programs which would ensure against capital flight on the international account side or the misuse of domestic resources through inefficient budgeting, reduced local savings or inflation. Commenting on this, Robert Smith notes that the latter standard included increased tax revenues, reduction of budget deficit, elimination of distorting subsidies to public activities, and the adoption of state incentives to private sector investment and growth. New Politics, Volume 6, Spring 1967, pages 49-57. For some remarks on the other side of our assistance program, military aid, see the articles by James Peters in this and the preceding issue. 1-7. To intervene or not to intervene. Foreign Affairs, Volume 45. April 1967, pp. 42-536. 129. American Power and the Innumander R. Brian S. 18. New York Times, December 20, 1967. The Times refers to what is printed as excerpts, but it is not materially different from the full document. I understand that it has since been signed by many other scholars. 19. See the reviews by Coral Bell and B. R. Og. Anderson in the China Quarterly, number 28, October to December 1966, pages 140-43. It should be noted that opposition to social change and support for the counter-revolutionary violence that is used to suppress it, along standing features of American cultural history. Thus, according to American historian Louis Hartz, there is no doubt that the appearance of even a mild socialism in 1848 of Ledger Rollin and the national workshops was enough to produce general American dismay. There was no outcry in America against the suppression of the June revolt of the workers in Paris, as there was none over the suppression of the communards in 1871. Here was violence, and plenty of it, but it was being used for order and law, as one editorial writer put it, in the New York Journal of Commerce. The Nature of Revolution, Testimony before the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, February 26, 1968, Washington, Government Printing Office, 1968, 20. The Public and the Polity, I. Enfielder Solarpool, ed., Contemporary Political Science, Toward Empirical Theory, New York, M.C. Graw-Hill Book Company, 1967, p. 26. 21. Clementi, Op. Cit. p. 325. 22. Recent confirmatory evidence is given by George M. Cahan in a memorandum of April 13, 1967, in the Congressional Record. He cites the Marine Corps estimate that in this province, the principal area of marine strength 18 out of 549 hamlets had been secured. 23. Albert Shaw, editor of the American Review of Reviews, commenting in 1893 on America's failure to acquire colonies, cited in Ernest Armey, Imperial Democracy, New York, Harcourt, Brace and World, Incorporated, 196 1, p. 23. 24. Quoted by Robert Gillen in Le Monde, May 25, 1966, reprinted, in English translation, as Vietnam, The Dirty War, London, Housemans, 1966. 25. According T. O. Jonathan Randall, New York Times, June 1, 196 7. Only one officer above the rank O.F. Lieutenant Colonel did not serve in the French army against the Viet Minh in the French Indo-China War. 130. Objectivity and Liberal Scholarship. 26. Douglas Pike, Viet Cong, Cambridge, Mass., The MIT Press, 1966, pp. 36 162. 27. Vietnam, A Dragon Embattled, New York, Frederick A. Pridger. Incorporated, 1967, Volume 2, p. 952. See also Note 29. 28. World Communism, 1939, reprinted Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, 1962, p. 24. 29. Op. Cit., Volume 2, p. 856. As Bettinger explains, local elections would have given the Viet Minh control of most of the rural communities. The Viet Minh was not only popular and ineffective political control of large regions, but it alone had people with the requisite organizational skills to exploit whatever opportunities for democratic self-expression the regime opened up. He adds that the NLF was truly the Viet Minh reborn, and speaks of the similarity, or better, near identity, of the Viet Minh and the NLF. 30. Roger Hilsman, Internal War, The New Communist Tactic, in Franklin Marcos Anchor, ed. Modern Guerrilla Warfare, New York, The Free Press, 1962, p. 460. 3.1. Alistair Buchan, Director of the Institute for Strategic Studies in London, describes the South Koreans as an organization of Asian Black and Dans. Questions about Vietnam, Encounter, Volume 30, January 1, 968, pages 3 to 12. O.N. The reasons for the remarkable success of pacification in Binh Dinh Province. See Bernard Fall, Last Reflections on a War, Garden City, N.Y., Doubleday and Company, Incorporated, 1967, p. 159. This was one of the areas where American-Korean multi-division operations have literally smothered the opposition with vast search and destroy operations and continuing tight military control, or so it seemed, until late 1967, and finally February 1, 968, when the lid blew off. A report on Binh Dinh Province, the showcase province for pacification, in the New York Times, February 20th, tells the story. The enemy moves in December, which several military men called a softening up for the offensive, resulted in a wave of Allied airstrikes on villages. Hundreds of missile homes were destroyed. The standard American response. An American official reports, what the Viet Cong did was occupy the hamlets we pacified just for the purpose of having the Allies move in and bomb them out. By their presence, the hamlets were destroyed. No doubt our psychological warfare specialists are now explaining to the Vietnamese, who seem to have some difficulty under 131. American Power and the NU Manda RINS. Standing these subtleties, that the destruction of the villages is the fault of the Viet Cong. In any event, the report continues, The entire 1968 program for the province has now been shelved, and the program is now set back anywhere from 14 to 18 months, that is, back to the time of the initial saturation with American and Korean troops. It has all gone down the drain, said one gloomy American official. 32. United States Policy and Completely Third World, Boston, Little, Brown and Company, 1967, ch. 3. 33. Morton H. Halperin, Contemporary Military Strategy, Boston, Little, Brown and Company, 1967, pp. 1412. I am indebted to Herbert P. Bix for bringing this contribution to the social sciences to my attention. 34. Wolf, op. Cit. p. 69. 35. There is little point in a lengthy discussion of Wolf's concept of international affairs or his empirical studies. To take a few examples, he assumes without question that North Vietnam's willingness to disrupt the regime in the South was motivated in part by the marked economic and social improvements accomplished by the Diem regime from 1955 to 1960, dramatic by comparison with the economic stagnation in North Vietnam. For fact rather than fancy on relative development, see Buttinger, op. Cit. Volume 2, pp. 928, 966 f, and also that India's moderately successful growth was part of the motivation behind China's aggressive actions in October 1962. See also note 36. As to the solidity of Wolf's empirical studies, it is perhaps enough to note that his most significant result, the correlation between higher GNP and higher level of political democracy in Latin America, arises principally from the conclusion, based on data from 1950 to 1960, that Brazil and Argentina, along with Mexico and Chile, rank high on the scale of political democracy, cf. p. 124. The general level of sophistication is illustrated, for example, by a solemn reference to a consultant for having explained that in determining the total military value of a set of alternatives, it is not enough to sum up the separate values, one must also weight responses by probability of occurrence. 36. But in all cases, the primary consideration should be whether the proposed measure is likely to increase the cost and difficulties of insurgent operations and help to disrupt the insurgent organization, rather than whether it wins popular loyalty and support, or whether it contributes to a more productive, efficient, or equitable use of resources. Wolf, op. Cit. p. 69. We must understand that successful 132. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Counterinsurgency programs can be conducted among a rural populace that is passive or even hostile, rather than loyal, to the government. As evidence, Wolf cites his belief that the growth of the Viet Cong and of the Pathet Lao probably occurred despite the opposition of a large majority of the people in both Vietnam and Laos. Ibid. p. 48. If they can do it, so can we. In contrast, Robert Sigliano, of the Michigan State University Vietnam Advisory Group, reported that using the estimate of American officials in Saigon at the end of 1962, about one half of the South Vietnamese support the NLF, South Vietnam, Nation Under Stress, Boston, Houghton Mifflin Company, 1963, p. 145. Arthur Damman reports, Conflict in Laos, The Politics of Neutralization, New York, Frederick A. Prager, Incorporated, 1964, that the Pathet Lao needed no propaganda to turn the rural population against the townspeople, p. 107. The American mission took care of this, with its lavish aid, of 1% of which was spent on agriculture, the livelihood of 96% of the population, leading to immense corruption, The proliferation of luxurious villas and large automobiles alongside of grinding poverty, and with its constant subversion in support, first of the pro-Western neutralist Fuisan Inigon, and then of the military dictator Fuminos of An. As Roger Hilsman puts it, the real Pathet-Lao threat was expansion of political control based on winning peasant support in the villages, to move a nation, Garden City, NY. Doubleday and Company, Incorporated, 1967, p. 112. The lack of support for the Pathet-Lao was amply demonstrated in the 1958 elections, in which 9 of their 13 candidates won, and Souphern Vong, the leading Pathet-Lao figure, received more votes than any other candidate in the country. It was this election victory that set off the American attempts at subversion. As Dom. Men says, once again the United States threw its support to the most feudal elements of the society. To Charles Wolfe, all of this demonstrates that counterinsurgency, like insurgency, can succeed without concern for popular loyalty and participation. 3-7. Cited in Clementi, Op. Cit. p. 92. The ancestors of whom Merivale speaks are those who crushed the Indian textile industry by embargoes and import duties, as was quite necessary. Had this not been the case, the mills of Paisley and Manchester would have been stopped in their outset, and could scarcely have been again set in motion, even by the power of steam. They were created by the Sacri 133. AMERI California and Power ANDTHENUMANDARINS. Vice of Indian Manufacturers, Horace Wilson, 1826, cited by Claremonti, p. 87. This is the classic example of the creation of underdevelopment through imperialism. For a detailed study of this process see André Gundefrank, Capitalism and Underdevelopment in Latin America, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1967. 38. See Robert E. Osgood, Ideals and Self-Interest in America's Foreign Relations, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1953, pages 72-73. 39. Some Reflections on U.S. Policy in Southeast Asia, in William Henderson, ed., Southeast Asia, Problems of United States Policy, Cambridge, Mass., the MIT Press, 1963, pages 249-63. This collection of papers was published with the encouragement of the Asia Society because of the scholarly quality of the papers and their enlightening contribution to the formation of United States policy in the AREA. 40. Thailand and the United States, Washington, Public Affairs Press, 1965. 41. The Bank of America placed a full-page ad in the 4th of July edition, 1951, of the Bangkok Post saluting the Kingdom of Thailand with these words, "In both Thailand and America democracy has gone hand in hand with national sovereignty. Today both nations stand in the forefront of world efforts to promote and defend the democratic way of life." 42. In an article on New.S.Thai links in the Christian Science Monitor, October 14, 1967. 43. Just a few paragraphs earlier we read that in the post-war period the Americans rapidly expanded the Thai armed forces from 50,000 to 100,000 men. The United States quickly increased the police forces, and this helped suppress opponents of the government. The technical assistance program was largely converted to military objectives. The internal impact of this policy further strengthened the power and prestige of the Thai military leaders who had seized the government in 1947. The effort to move toward some form of constitutional rule was halted, and the democratic institutions inaugurated by civilian leaders just after the war were abolished. Political parties were suppressed. The press was censored. power became increasingly centralized in the hands of a few military leaders. All of this, however, did not constitute interference in the domestic affairs of other nations, and is not contrary to American traditions. 134. Objectivity and Liberal Scholarship. 44. Western Interests in the Pacific Realm, New York, Random House, 1967. 45. Of what importance, then, is the fact that the overwhelming majority of Okinawans, including 80% of those whose businesses would be impaired or destroyed by this move, want the island returned to Japan, according to the Asahi polls. See Japan Quarterly, Volume 15, January-March 1, 968, pages 42 to 52. As to the Strategic Trust territories, Adam says, we must also not become overly sentimental. A strategic trust is based on the assumption of the overriding importance of national defense and the preservation of world order as against the cultural and political freedom of the indigenous inhabitants. 46. H. D. Malavia, quoted in Clementi, Op. Cit. p. 114, who cites substantial evidence in support of the following evaluation of the consequences of Western dominance: the systematic destruction of Indian manufacturers, the creation of the zamindari, landed aristocracy, and its parasitical outgrowths, the changes in agrarian structure, the financial losses incurred by tribute, the sharp transition from a pre-monetized economy to one governed by the international price mechanism. These were some of the social and institutional forces that were to bring the apocalypse of death and famine to millions with few or no compensatory benefits to the ryot peasant. p. 107. See also Note 3-7. 47. Cited in Pavlovich, The Russian Anarchists, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1967, pages 93 to 94. A recent reformulation of this view is given by Anton Pannekoek, the Dutch scientist and spokesman for libertarian communism, in his Workers' Councils, Melbourne, 1950, pages 36 to 37. It is not for the first time that a ruling class tries to explain, and so to perpetuate, its rule as the consequences of an inborn difference between two kinds of people, one destined by nature to ride, the other to be ridden. The landowning aristocracy of former centuries defended their privileged position by boasting their extraction from a nobler race of conquerors that had subdued the lower race of common people. Big capitalists explain their dominating place by the assertion that they have brains and other people have none. In the same way now, especially the intellectuals, considering themselves the rightful rulers of tomorrow, claim their spiritual superiority. They form the rapidly increasing class of university-trained officials and free professions, specialized in mental work, in study of books and of science. 135. America N. Power and the N. Numanda are Brianess. And they consider themselves as the people most gifted with intellect. Hence they are destined to be leaders of the production, whereas the ungifted mass shall execute the manual work, for which no brains are needed. They are no defenders of capitalism, not capital, but intellect should direct labor. The more so, since now society is such a complicated structure, based on abstract and difficult science, that only their highest intellectual acumen is capable of embracing, grasping and handling it. Should the working masses, from lack of insight, fail to acknowledge this need of superior intellectual lead, should they stupidly try to take the direction into their own hands, chaos and ruin will be the inevitable consequence. 48. See Note 7. Albert Parry has suggested that there are important similarities between the emergence of a scientific elite in the Soviet Union and the United States, in their growing role in decision-making. citing Bell's thesis in support. See the New York Times, March 2, 1966, reporting on the Midwest Slavic Conference. 49. Letter to Herzen and Ogarif, 1866, cited in Daniel Grin, Joan Mes du Socialisme Libertaire, Paris, Librairie Marcel Rivière, 1959, p. 119. 50. Rosa Luxemburg, The Russian Revolution, Trans. Bertram D. Wolfe, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 196 1, p. 7 1. 51. Luxemburg, cited by Guerin, JMS du Socialisme Libertaire, pages 106 to 7. 52. Leninism or Marxism, in Luxembourg, Op. Cit. p. 102. 53. For a very enlightening study of this matter, emphasizing domestic issues, see Michael Paul Rogan, The Intellectuals and McCarthy, The Radical Spectre, Cambridge, Mass., the MIT Press, 1967. S4. The Spanish Republic and the Civil War, 1931 to 1939, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 196 SS. Respectively, President of the Republic, Prime Minister from May until the Franco insurrection, and member of the conservative wing of the Popular Front selected by Azafir to try to set up a compromise government after the insurrection. S6. It is interesting that Douglas Pike's very hostile account of the National Liberation Front, cited earlier, emphasizes the popular and voluntary element in its striking organizational successes. What he describes, whether accurately or not one cannot tell, is a structure of interlocking self-help organizations, loosely coordinated and developed through persuasion rather than force in certain respects, of a Chirac. 136. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. To that would have appealed to anarchist thinkers. Those who speak so freely of the authoritarian Viet Cong may be correct, but they have presented little evidence to support their judgment. Of course, it must be understood that Pike regards the element of voluntary mass participation in self-help associations as the most dangerous and insidious feature of the NLF organizational structure. Also relevant is the history of collectivization in China, which, as compared with the Soviet Union, shows a much higher reliance on persuasion and mutual aid than on force and terror, and appears to have been more successful. See Thomas P. Bernstein, Leadership and Mass Mobilization in the Soviet and Chinese Collectivization Campaigns of 192-930 and 1955-56, a comparison, China Quarterly, No. 3, 1, July to September 1967, pages 1 to 47. For some interesting and suggestive comments and analysis. The scale of the Chinese revelation is so great and reports in depth are so fragmentary that it would no doubt be foolhardy to attempt a general evaluation. Still, all the reports I have been able to study suggest that insofar as real successes were achieved in the several stages of land reform, mutual aid, collectivization, and formation of the communes, they were traceable in large part to the complex interaction of the Communist Party cadres and the gradually evolving peasant associations, a relation which seems to stray far from the Leninist model of organization. This is particularly evident in William Hinton's magnificent study Fanchon, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1966, which is unparalleled, to my knowledge, as an analysis of a moment of profound revolutionary change. What seems to me particularly striking in his account of the early stages of revolution in one Chinese village is not only the extent to which party cadres submitted themselves to popular control, but also, and more significant, the ways in which exercise of control over steps of the revolutionary process was a factor in developing the consciousness and insight of those who took part in the revolution, not only from a political and social point of view, but also with respect to the human relationships that were created. It is interesting, in this connection, to note the strong populist element in early Chinese Marxism. For some very illuminating observations about this general matter, see Morris Masner, Li Taojiao to the Origins of Chinese Marxism, Cambridge, Mass., Harvard University Press, 1967. I am not suggesting that the anarchist revolution in Spain with its 137 American power and the Enumanda RINS background of more than 30 years of education and struggle is being relived in Asia, but rather that the spontaneous and voluntary elements in popular mass movements have probably been seriously misunderstood because of the instinctive antipathy towards such phenomena among intellectuals, and more recently, because of the insistence on interpreting them in terms of Cold War mythology. 5-7. The Spanish Background, New Left Review, Number 40, November-December 1st 966, pages 85-90. 58. José Prats, La Ciente en la Revolución Española, Toulouse, Editions CNT, 195-152, 3 vols. Jackson makes one passing reference to it. Prats has since published a general history of the period, Los Anarquistas en la Crisis Política Española, Buenos Aires, Editorial Alfa Argentina, 1964. This highly informative book should certainly be made available to an English-speaking audience. 59. An exception to the rather general failure to deal with the anarchist revolution is Hugh Thomas' anarchist agrarian collectives in the Spanish Civil War, in Martin Gilbert, ed., A Century of Conflict, 1850-1950, Essays for A. J. P. Taylor, New York, Atheneum Publishers, 1967, pages 245-63. See Note 106 below for some discussion. There is also much useful information in what to my mind is the best general history of the Civil War, La Révolution et la Guerre d'Espagne, by Pierre Bruin d'Emile Temime, Paris, Les Editions de Minuit, 196-1. A concise and informative recent account is contained in Daniel Guérin, L'Anarchisme, Paris, Gallimard, 1965. In his extensive study, The Spanish Civil War, New York, Harper and Row, Publishers, 196-1, paperback ed. 1963, Hugh Thomas barely refers to the popular revolution, and some of the major events are not mentioned at all. See, for example, Note 97 below. 60. Collectivizations, I.O. the Constructive de la Révolution Espagnole, 2nd ed. Toulouse, Editions CNT, 1965. The first edition was published in Barcelona, Editions C.N.D.F.A.I, 193-7. There is an excellent and sympathetic summary by the Marxist scholar Karl Korsch, Collectivization in Spain, in Living Marxism, Volume 4, April 1939, pp. 179-82. In the same issue, pp. 170-7-1, the liberal communist reaction to the Spanish Civil War is summarized succinctly, and I believe accurately, as follows, with a empty chatter as to the wonders of Bolshevik discipline, the geniality of Caballero, and the passions of the Passion era. The modern liberals merely covered up their real desire for the destruction of all revolutionary possibilities in 138. Objectivity and Liberal Scholarship. The Civil War, and their preparation for the possible war over the Spanish issue in the interest of their diverse fatherlands. What was truly revolutionary in the Spanish Civil War resulted from the direct actions of the workers and pauperized peasants, and not because of a specific form of labor organization nor an especially gifted leadership. I think that the record bears out this analysis, and I also think that it is this fact that accounts for the distaste for the revolutionary phrase of the Civil War and its neglect in historical scholarship. 6.1. An illuminating eyewitness account of this period is that of Franz Borcano, The Spanish Cockpit, 193-8, reprinted Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1963. 6.2. Figures from Corinne, Lenicism, p. 154. 63. A useful account of this period is given by Felix Morrow, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Spain, 1938, reprinted London, New Park Publications, 1963. 64. Cited by Camillo Benerai in his Lettre ouverte à la camarade Frederica, sic. Montson y Guide de Classes en Espagne, Paris, 1946, a collection of items translated from his journal Grade de Classe. Benerai was the outstanding anarchist intellectual in Spain. He opposed the policy of joining the government and argued for an alternative, more typically anarchist strategy to which I will return below. His own view towards joining the government was stated succinctly by a Catalan worker whom he quotes, with reference to the Republic of 193-1, "It is always the old dog with a new collar." Events were to prove the accuracy of this analysis. Benerai had been a leading spokesman of Italian anarchism. He left Italy after Mussolini's rise to power, and came to Barcelona on July 1, 1936. He formed the first Italian units for the anti-fascist war. According to anarchist historian Rudolf Fracker, The Tragedy of Spain, New York, Free Habitus Dim, 193-7, p. 44. He was murdered, along with his older comrade Barbieri, during the May days of 193-7. Arrested on May 5 by the communist-controlled police, he was shot during the following night. Hugh Thomas, in the Spanish Civil War, p. 428, suggests that the assassins may have been Italian communists rather than the police. Thomas' book, which is largely devoted to military history, mentions Benerai's murder but makes no other reference to his ideas or role. Benerai's name does not appear in Jackson's history. 65. Burnett Bulletin, The Grand Camouflage, The Communist Con. 139. AMERI California Wenpo WERANDTHENUMANDARINS. Racy in the Spanish Civil War, New York, Frederick A. Prager, Incorporated, 1961, p. 86. This book, by a correspondent in Spain during the Civil War, contains a great deal of important documentary evidence bearing on the questions considered here. The attitude of the wealthy farmers of this area, most of them former supporters of the right-wing organizations that had now disappeared, is well described by the General Secretary of the Peasant Federation, Julio Maite. Such is the sympathy for us, that is, the Communist Party, in the Valencia countryside, that hundreds and thousands of farmers would join our party if we were to let them. These farmers love our party like a sacred thing. They say, the Communist Party is our party. Comrades, what emotion the peasants display when they utter these words, cited in Bulletin, p. 86. There is some interesting speculation about the backgrounds for the writing of this very important book in H.R. Southworth, Le Mythe de la Croisade Franco, Rudo Iberico, Paris, 1964, Spanish edition, same publisher, 1963. The communist headquarters in Valencia had on the wall two posters, "Respect the property of the small peasant and respect the property of the small industrialist," Bocano, the Spanish copy, T.P. 117. Actually, it was the rich farmer as well who sought protection from the communists, whom Bocano describes and constituting the extreme right wing of the Republican forces. By early 1937, according to Bocano, the Communist Party was to a large extent the party of the military and administrative personnel. In the second place, the party of the petty bourgeoisie and certain well-to-do peasant groups. In the third place, the party of the employees, and only in the fourth place, the party of the industrial workers, p. 192. The party also attracted many police and army officers. The police chief in Madrid and the chief of intelligence, for example, were party members. In general, the party, which had been insignificant before the revolution, gave the urban and rural middle classes a powerful access of life and vigour as it defended them from the revolutionary forces. Bulletin, Op. Cit. p. 86. Gerald Brennan describes the situation as follows. In The Spanish Labyrinth, 1943, reprinted Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1960, p. 325. Unable to draw to themselves the manual workers, who remained, grimly fixed in their unions, the communists found themselves the refuge for all those who had suffered from the excesses of the Revolution. 140. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Or who feared where it might lead them. Well-to-do Catholic orange growers in Valencia, peasants in Catalonia, small shopkeepers and businessmen, army officers and government officials enrolled in the ranks. Thus, in Catalonia, one had a strange and novel situation. On the one side stood the huge compact proletariat of Barcelona with its long revolutionary tradition, and on the other the white-collar workers and petite bourgeoisie of the city, organized and armed by the Communist Party against it. Actually, the situation that Brennan describes is not as strange a one as he suggests. It is, rather, a natural consequence of Bolshevik elitism that the Red bureaucracy should act as a counter-revolutionary force except under the conditions where its present or future representatives are attempting to seize power for themselves, in the name of the masses whom they pretend to represent. 66. Bulletin, Op. Cit. p. 189. The legalization of revolutionary actions already undertaken and completed recalls the behavior of the revolutionary vanguard in the Soviet Union in 1918. Cf. Arthur Rosenberg, A History of Bolshevism, 1932, republished in translation from the original German, New York, Russell and Russell, Publishers, 1965, ch. 6. He describes how the expropriations, accomplished to the result of spontaneous action on the part of workers and against the will of the Bolsheviks, were reluctantly legalized by Lenin months later and then placed under Central Party control. On the relation of the Bolsheviks to the anarchists in post-evolutionary Russia, interpreted from a pro-anarchist point of view, Segrin, Leniclatism, pages 96 to 125. See also of Rich, Op. Cit. Part 2, pp. 123-54. 67. Bulletin, Op. Cit. p. 191. 68. Ibid, p. 194. 69. For some details, see Vernon Richards, Lessons of the Spanish Revolution, London, Freedom Press, 1953. Pages 83 to 88. 70. For a moving eyewitness account, see George Orwell, Homage to Catalonia, 1938, reprinted New York, Harcourt, Brace and World, 1952, and Boston, Beacon Press, 1955, quotations in this book from Beacon Press edition. This brilliant book received little notice at the time of its first publication. no doubt because the pictorial drew was in sharp conflict with established liberal dogma. The attention that it has received as a Cold War document since its republication in 1952 would, I suspect, have been of little comfort to the author. 7.1. Cited by Rocker, The Tragedy of Spain, p. 28. 141. American Power and the Mandarins. 72. See Ibid. For a brief review. It was a great annoyance to Hitler that these interests were, to a large extent, protected by Franco. 73. Ibid, p. 35. 74. Op. Cit. pp. 324 f. 75. Borcano, Spannersley Cockpit, pp. 289-92. It is because of the essential accuracy of Borcano's account that I think Hobsbawm, Op. Cit. is quite mistaken in believing that the communist policy was undoubtedly the only one which could have won the Civil War. In fact, the communist policy was bound to fail, because it was predicated on the assumption that the Western democracies would join the anti-fascist effort if only Spain could be preserved as, in effect, a Western colony. Once the communist leaders saw the futility of this hope, they abandoned the struggle, which was not in their eyes an effort to win the Civil War, but only to serve the interests of Russian foreign policy. I also disagree with Hobsbawm's analysis of the anarchist revolution, cited earlier, for reasons that are implicit in this entire discussion. 76. Op. Cit. pages 143-44. 77. Cited by Rosenberg, Op. Cit. pages 168-69. 78. Bulletin, Op. Cit. p. 84. 79. Ibid, p. 85. As noted earlier, the small farmer included the prosperous orange growers, etc. See note 65. 80. Brennan, Op. Cit. p. 321. 81. Correspondence from Campaignes T. Oporto, 1 939. While Campaignes, as a Catalonian with separatist impulses, would naturally be inclined to defend Catalonian achievements, he was surely not sympathetic to collectivization, despite his cooperative attitude during the period when the anarchists, with real power in their hands, permitted him to retain nominal authority. I know of no attempt to challenge the accuracy of his assessment. Morrow, Op. Cit. p. 77, quotes the Catalonian premier, the entrepreneur Juan Tarradellas, as defending the administration of the collectivized war industries against a communist attack, which he termed the most arbitrary falsehoods. There are many other reports commenting on the functioning of the collectivized industries by non-anarchist first-hand observers that tend to support campaigners. For example, the Swiss socialist Andres Ortmes is quoted by Rocker, The Tragedy of Spain, p. 24, as saying that after the revolution the Catalonian workers' syndicates in 142. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Weeks accomplished fully as much as France did in 14 months after the outbreak of the World War. Continuing, he says, in the midst of the Civil War the anarchists have proved themselves to be political organizers of the first rank. They kindled in everyone the required sense of responsibility, and knew how by eloquent appeals to keep alive the spirit of sacrifice for the general welfare of the people. As a social democrat, I speak here within a joy and sincere admiration of my experience in Catalonia. The anti-capitalist transformation took place here without their having to resort to a dictatorship. The members of the syndicates are their own masters, and carry on production and the distribution of the products of labour under their own management with the advice of technical experts in whom they have confidence. The enthusiasm of the workers is so great that they scorn any personal advantage and are concerned only for the welfare of all. Even Burke now concludes, rather grudgingly, that industry was functioning fairly well, as far as he could see. The matter deserves a serious study. 82. Quoted in Richards, Op. Cit. pp. 4647. 83. Ibid. Richards suggests that the refusal of the central government to support the Aragon Front may have been motivated in part by the general policy of counter-revolution. This front, largely manned by members of the C.N.D.F.A.I, was considered of great strategic importance by the anarchists, having as its ultimate objective the linking of Catalonia with the Basque country and Asturias, that is, a linking of the industrial region of Catalonia with an important source of raw materials. Again, it would be interesting to undertake a detailed investigation of this topic. That the Communists withheld arms from the Aragon Front seems established beyond question, and it can hardly be doubted that the motivation was political. See, for example, D.T. Catil, Communism and the Spanish Civil War, 1955, reprinted New York, Russell and Russell, Publishers, 1965, p. 110. Catil, who in general bends over backwards to try to justify the behavior of the central government, concludes that in this case there is little doubt that the refusal of aid was politically motivated. Brennan takes the same view, claiming that the Communists kept the Aragon Front without arms to spite the anarchists. The Communists resorted to some of the most grotesque. 143. Amarai California when power and the Enumanda RINS. Slanders to explain the lack of arms on the Aragon Front. For example, the Daily Worker attributed the arms shortage to the fact that the Trotskyist General Kopp had been carting enormous supplies of arms and ammunition across no man's land to the fascists, cited by Moreau, Op. Cit. p. 145. As Morrow points out, George Kopp is a particularly bad choice as a target for such accusations. His record is well known, for example, from the account given by Orwell, who served under his command, see Orwell, Op. Cit. pp. 209f. Orwell was also able to refute, from first-hand observation, many of the other absurdities that were appearing in the liberal press about the Aragon Front. For example, the statement by Ralph Bates in the New Republic that the Boom troops were playing football with the fascists in no man's land. At that moment, as Orwell observes, the POUM troops were suffering heavy casualties and a number of my personal friends were killed and wounded. 84. Cited in Living Marxism, p. 172. 85. Bulletin, Op. Cit. p. 49. Comments on the collectivization of the dairy trade in Barcelona, as follows. The anarcho-syndicalists eliminated as unhygienic over 40 pasteurizing plants, pasteurized all the milk in the remaining 9, and proceeded to displace all dealers by establishing their own dairies. Many of the retailers entered the collective, but some refused to do so. They asked for a much higher wage than that paid to the workers, claiming that they could not manage on the one allotted to them. Tierra y Libertad, August 2nd 193-7. The newspaper of the FAI, the anarchist activists. His information is primarily from anarchist sources, which he uses much more extensively than any historian other than Peretz. He does not present any evaluation of these sources, which like all others must be used critically. 86. Morrow, Op. Cit. p. 136. 87. Borcano, The Spanish Cockpit, p. 182. 88. Ibid, p. 183. 89. Ibid, p. 184. According to Borcano, it is doubtful whether Comora is personally responsible for this scarcity. It might have arisen anyway, in pace with the consumption of the harvest. This speculation may or may not be correct. Like Borcano, we can only speculate as to whether the village and workers' committees would have been able to continue to provision Barcelona, with or without central administration, had it not been for the policy of abstract. 144. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Liberalism, which was of a piece with the general communist-directed attempts to destroy the revolutionary organizations and the structures developed in the revolutionary period. 90. Orwell, Op. Cit. Pages 191-1. Orwell's description of Barcelona in December, pages 4-5, when he arrived for the first time, deserves more extensive quotation. It was the first time that I had ever been in a town where the working class was in the saddle. Practically every building of any size had been seized by the workers and was draped with red flags or with the red and black flag of the anarchists. Every wall was scrawled with the hammer and sickle and with the initials of the revolutionary parties. Almost every church had been gutted and its images burnt. Churches here and there were being systematically demolished by gangs of workmen. Every shop and cafe had an inscription saying that it had been collectivized. Even the bootblacks had been collectivized and their boxes painted red and black. Waiters and shop walkers looked you in the face and treated you as an equal. Servile even ceremonial forms of speech had temporarily disappeared. Nobody said Senor or Don nor even usted. Everyone called everyone else comrade and thou, and said salad instead of buenos dias. Tipping had been forbidden by law since the time of Primo de Rivera. Almost my first experience was receiving a lecture from an hotel manager for trying to tip a lift boy. There were no private motor cars. They had all been commandeered, and all the trams and taxis and much of the other transport were painted red and black. The revolutionary posters were everywhere, flaming from the walls in clean reds and blues that made the few remaining advertisements look like daubs of mud. Down the Ramblas, the wide central artery of the town where crowds of people streamed constantly to and fro, the louder speakers were bellowing revolutionary songs all day and far into the night. And it was the aspect of the crowds that was the queerest thing of all. In outward appearance it was a town in which the wealthy classes had practically ceased to exist. Except for a small number of women and foreigners, there were no well-dressed people at all. Practically everyone wore rough working-class clothes, or blue overalls or some variant of the militia uniform. All this was queer and moving. There was much in it that I did not understand. In some ways I did not even like it, but I recognized it immediately as a state of affairs worth fighting for. Also I believed that things were as they appeared, that this was really a workers' state and that the entire bourgeoisie had either fled, been. 145. American Power and the new Mandarins. Killed, or voluntarily come over to the workers' side. I did not realize that great numbers of well-to-do bourgeois were simply lying low and disguising themselves as proletarians for the time being. Waiting for that happy day when communist power would reintroduce the old state of society and destroy popular involvement in the war. In December 1st, 936, however, the situation was still as described in the following remarks, p. 6. Yet so far as one can judge, the people were contented and hopeful. There was no unemployment, and the price of living was still extremely low. You saw very few conspicuously destitute people, and no beggars except the gypsies. Above all, there was a belief in the revolution and the future, a feeling of having suddenly emerged into an era of equality and freedom. Human beings were trying to behave as human beings and not as cogs into a capitalist machine. In the barbers' shops were anarchist notices. The barbers were mostly anarchists, solemnly explaining that barbers were no longer slaves. In the streets were coloured posters appealing to prostitutes to stop being prostitutes. To anyone from the hard-boiled, sneering civilization of the English-speaking races, there was something rather pathetic in the literalness with which these idealistic Spaniards took the hackneyed phrases of revolution. At that time, revelationary ballads of the naivest kind, all about proletarian brotherhood and the wickedness of Mussolini, were being sold on the streets for a few centimes each. I have often seen an illiterate militiaman buy one of these ballads, laboriously spell out the words, and then, when he had got the hang of it, begin singing it to an appropriate tune. Recall the dates. Orwell arrived in Barcelona in late December 1st, 936. Comer's decree abolishing the workers' supply committees and the bread committees was on January 7th. Borcano returned to Barcelona in mid-January, Orwell in April. 9-1. See Bulletin, Op. Cit. p. 74, citing the anarchist spokesman Juan Pier 6, in September 1936. Like other anarchists and left-wing socialists, Pier 6 sharply condemns the use of force to introduce collectivization, taking the position that was expressed by most anarchists, as well as by left-wing socialists such as Ricardo Zabalza, General Secretary of the Federation of Land Workers, who stated, on January 8, 193-7, I prefer a small, enthusiastic collective, formed by a group of active and honest workers, to a large collective set up by force and composed of 146. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Peasants without enthusiasm, who would sabotage it until it failed. Voluntary collectivization may seem the longer course, but the example of the small, well-managed collective will attract the entire peasantry, who are profoundly realistic and practical, whereas forced collectivization would end by discrediting socialized agriculture, cited by Bulletin Op. Cit. p. 59. However, there seems no doubt that the precepts of the anarchist and left socialist spokesmen were often violated in practice. 92. Borcano, the Spanners-Lee Cockpit, pp. 21920. Of this officer, Jackson says only that he was a dependable professional officer. After the fall of Malaga, Lieutenant Colonel Villalba was tried for treason, for having deserted the headquarters and abandoned his troops. Bruin-Temime remark that it is difficult to determine what justice there was in the charge. 93. Jesus Hernandez and Juan Comera, Spain organizes for victory. The policy of the Communist Party of Spain. Exply 11 ed. London, Communist Party of Great Britain, ND, cited by Richards, Op. Cit. pages 99 to 100. There was no accusation that the phone service was restricted, but only that the revolutionary workers could maintain a close check on the conversations that took place between the politicians. As Richards further observes, it is, of course, a quite different matter when the indiscreet ear is that of the 0.G.P.U. 94. Bruin-Temime, Op. Cit. p. 266. 95. Jackson, Op. Cit. p. 370. Thomas suggests that Says was probably killed accidentally. The Spanish Civil War, p. 428. 96. The anarchist mayor of the border town of Puigcerdá had been assassinated in April, after Negrins Carabineros had taken over the border posts. That same day, prominent 2GT member, Roldan Cortada, was murdered in Barcelona, it is presumed by CNT militants. This presumption is disputed by Peratz, Los Anarquistas, see note 58, who argues, with some evidence, that the murder may have been a Stalinist provocation. In reprisal, a CNT man was killed. Orwell, whose eyewitness account of the May Days is unforgettable, points out that one can gauge the attitude of the foreign capitalist press towards the communist-anarchist feud by the fact that Holden's murder was given wide publicity, while the answering murder was carefully unmentioned. Op. Cit. p. 119. Similarly, one can gauge Jackson's attitude towards this struggle by his citation of Sayres's murder as a critical event, while the murder of Binary goes unmentioned. Cf. 147. AMERI California when power ANDTHENU Manda RINS. Notes 64 and 95. Orwell remarks elsewhere that in the English press, in particular, you would have to search for a long time before finding any favourable reference, at any period of the war, to the Spanish anarchists. They have been systematically denigrated, and, as I know by my own experience, it is almost impossible to get anyone to print anything in their defence. p. 159. Little has changed since. 97. According to Orwell, Op. Cit. pp. 153-54, a British cruiser and 2 British destroyers bad closed in upon the harbour, and no doubt there were other warships not far away. The English newspapers gave it out that these ships were proceeding to Barcelona to protect British interests, but in fact they made no move to do so. That is, they did not land any men or take off any refugees. There can be no certainty about this, but it was at least inherently likely that the British government, which barred not raised a finger to save the Spanish government from Franco, would intervene quickly enough to save it from its own working class. This assumption may well have influenced the left-wing leadership to restrain the Barcelona workers from simply taking control of the whole city, as apparently they could easily have done in the initial stages of the May Days. Hugh Thomas comments, The Spanish Civil War, p. 428, that there was no reason for Orwell's apprehension on this matter. In the light of the British record with regard to Spain, it seems to me that Thomas is simply unrealistic as compared with Orwell in this respect. 98. Orwell, Op. Cit. pages 143-44. 99. Controversy, August 1937, cited by Morrow, p. 173. The prediction was incorrect, though not unreasonable. Had the Western powers and the Soviet Union wished, compromise would have been possible, it appears, and Spain might have been saved the terrible consequences of a Franco victory. See Brennan, Op. Cit. p. 331. He attributes the British failure to support an armistice and possible reconciliation to the fact that Chamberlain saw nothing disturbing in the prospect of an Italian and German victory. It would be interesting to explore more fully the attitude of Winston Churchill. In April 1937, he stated that a Franco victory would not harm British interests. Rather, the danger was a success of the Trotskyists and anarchists, cited by Bray and Mime, Op. Cit. p. 172. Of some interest, in this connection, is the recent discovery of an unpublished Churchill essay written in March 1939, 6 months after Munich, in which he said that England 148. Objectivity and liberal scholarship would welcome and aid a genuine Hitler of peace and toleration. See New York Times, December 1, 1965. 100. I find no mention at all in Hugh Thomas, The Spanish Civil War. The account here is largely taken from Bruin Temime, pp. 279-80. 101. Opposite, p. 405. A footnote comments on the leniency of the government to those arrested. Jackson has nothing to say about the charges against Escoso and others, or the manner in which the old order was restored in Aragon. To appreciate these events more fully, one should consider, by comparison, the concern for civil liberties shown by Negrin on the Second Anti-Fascist Front. In an interview after the war, he explained to John Whittaker, "We cannot escape history." New York, The Macmillan Company, 1943, pp. 11618. Why his government had been so ineffective in coping with the fifth column, even in the case of known fascist agents. Negrin explained that we couldn't arrest a man on suspicion, we couldn't break with the rules of evidence. You can't risk arresting an innocent man because you are positive in your own mind that he is guilty. You prosecute a war, yes, but you also live with your conscience. Evidently, these scruples did not pertain when it was the rights of anarchist and socialist workers, rather than fascist agents, that were at stake. 102. Cf. Bruin-Temime, p. 262. Ironically, the government forces included some anarchist troops, the only ones to enter Barcelona. 103. See Bulletin, Op. Cit. p. 55, n. 1, for an extensive list of sources. 104. Bruin-Temime cite the socialists Alado Prats, Fenner Brackway, and Carlo Rosselli. Borcano, on the other hand, suspected that the role of terror was great in collectivization. He cites very little to substantiate his feeling, though some evidence is available from anarchist sources. See Note 9.1 above. Some general remarks on collectivization by Rosselli and Brackway are cited by Rudolf Rocker in his essay Anarchism and Anarcho-Syndicalism, N. 1, and Paul Eltsbaker, ed. Anarchism, London, Freedom Press, 1960, p. 266. Rosselli, in 3 months Catalonia has been able to set up a new social order on the ruins of an ancient system. This is chiefly due to the anarchists, who have revealed a quite remarkable sense of proportion, realistic understanding, and organizing ability. All the revolutionary forces of Catalonia have united in a program of syndicalist socialist. 149. AMERI California Empowering NDTHENUMANDARINS. Character. Anarcho-syndicalism, hitherto so despised, has revealed itself as a great constructive force. I am no anarchist, but I regard it as my duty to express here my opinion of the anarchists of Catalonia, who have all too often been represented as a destructive if not a criminal element. Brockway, I was impressed by the strength of the CNT. It was necessary to tell me that it is the largest and most vital of the working class organizations in Spain. That was evident on all sides. The large industries were clearly in the main in the hands of the C.N.T. Railways, road transport, shipping, engineering, textiles, electricity, building, agriculture. I was immensely impressed by the constructive revolutionary work which is being done by the CNT. Their achievements of workers' control and industry is an inspiration. There are still some Britishers and Americans who regard anarchists of Spain as impossible, undisciplined, uncontrollables. This is poles away from their truth. The anarchists of Spain, through the CNT, are doing one of the biggest constructive jobs ever done by the working class. At their front they are fighting fascism. Behind the front they are actually constructing the new workers' society. They see that the war against fascism and the carrying through of the social revolution are inseparable. Those who have seen them and understood what they are doing must honor them and be grateful to them. That is surely the biggest thing which has hitherto been done by the workers in any part of the world. 105. Cited by Richards, Op. Cit. pages 76 to 81, where long descriptive quotations are given. 106. See Hugh Thomas, Anarchist Agrarian Collectives in the Spanish Civil War, Note 59. He cites figures showing that agricultural production went up in Aragon and Castile, where collectivization was extensive, and down in Catalonia and the Levant, where peasant proprietors were the dominant element. Thomas is, to my knowledge, the only attempt by a professional historian to assess the data on agricultural collectivization in Spain in a systematic way. He concludes that the collectives were probably a considerable social success and must have had strong popular support, but he is more doubtful about their economic viability. His suggestion that communist pressure on the collectives may have given them the necessary urge to survive seems quite unwarranted, as does his suggestion that the very existence of the war may have been responsible for some of the success the collectives had. On the contrary, their 150. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Success and spontaneous creation throughout Republican Spain suggest that they answered to deeply felt popular sentiments, and both the war and communist pressure appear to have been highly disruptive factors, ultimately, of course, destructive factors. Other dubious conclusions are that in respect of redistribution of wealth, anarchist collectives were hardly much improvement over capitalism, since no effective way of limiting consumption in richer collectives was devised to help poorer ones, and that there was no possibility of developing large-scale planning. On the contrary, Bull Lowton, Op. Cit. pp. 176-79, points out that in order to remedy the defects of collective dotation, as well as to iron out discrepancies in the living standards of the workers in flourishing and impoverished enterprises, the anarcho-syndicalists, although rootedly opposed to nationalization, advocated the centralization or socialization, as they called it, under trade union control, of entire branches of production. He mentions a number of examples of partial socialization that had some success, citing as the major difficulty that prevented still greater progress the insistence of the Communist Party and the UGT leadership, though apparently not all of the rank-and-file members of the UGT, on government ownership and control. According to Richards, Op. Cit. p. 82, in June 1937, a national plenum of regional federations of peasants was held in Valencia to discuss the formation of a national federation of peasants for the coordination and extension of the collectivist movement, and also to ensure an equitable distribution of the produce of the land, not only between the collectives but for the whole country. Again in cast in October 1st 937. A merging of the 100,000 members of the Regional Federation of Peasants and the 13,000 members in the food distributive trades took place. It represented a logical step in ensuring better coordination, and was accepted for the whole of Spain at the National Congress of Collectives held in Valencia in November 1st 937. Still other plans were under consideration, regional and national coordination. See, for example, D. A. Ders Antillen, A. To the Revolution, New York, Greenberg Publisher, Incorporated, 193-7, for some ideas. Thomas feels that collectives could not have survived more than a few years while primitive misery was being overcome. I see nothing in his data to support this conclusion. The Palestinian experience has shown that collectives can remain both a social and an economic success over a long period. The success of Spanish collectivization. 151. American power and Numander R.I.N.S. under war conditions seems amazing. One can obviously not be certain whether these successes could have been secured and extended had it not been from the combined fascist, communist, and liberal attack, but I can find no objective basis for the almost universal skepticism. Again, This seems to me merely a matter of irrational prejudice. 107. The following is a brief description by the anarchist writer Gaston Level, ni Franco, ni Stalin, la collettività anarchispan o nella lotta contro Franco e la reazione staliniana, Milan, Istituto Editoriale Italiano, 1 952, pp. 303 f. Sections reprinted in Collectivists Anarchists C11 Hispani Revolutionaire, Noiret Rouge, and dated. In the middle of the month of June, the attack began in Aragon on a grand scale and with hitherto unknown methods. The harvest was approaching. Rittels in hand, Treasury guards under communist orders stopped trucks loaded with provisions on the highways and brought them to their offices. A little later, the same guards poured into the collectives and confiscated great quantities of wheat under the authority of the General Staff with headquarters in Barbastro. Later, open attacks began, under the command of Lister, with troops withdrawn from the front at Belchite more than so kilometers away, in the month of August. The final result was that 30% of the collectives were completely destroyed. In Alclay, the municipal council that governed the collective was arrested. The people who lived in the home for the aged were thrown out on the street. In Mastilas Matters, in Mons, in Barbastro, on all sides, there were arrests. Plundering took place everywhere. The stores of the cooperatives and their grain supplies were rifted. Furnishings were destroyed. The governor of Aragon, who was appointed by the central government after the dissolution of the Council of Aragon, which appears to have been the signal for the armed attack against the collectives, protested. He was told to go to the devil. On October 22nd, at the National Congress of Peasants, the delegation of the Regional Committee of Aragon presented a report of which the following is the summary. More than 600 organizers of collectives have been arrested. The government has appointed management committees that seized the warehouses and distributed their contents at random. Land, draft animals, and tools were given to individual families or to the fascists who had been spared by the revolution. The harvest was distributed in the same way. The animals raised by the collectives suffered the same. 152. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Fate. A great number of collectivized pig farms, stables, and dairies were destroyed. In certain communes, such as Borden and Colasiite, even seed was confiscated and the peasants are now unable to work the land. The estimate that 30% of the collectives were destroyed is consistent with figures reported by Peratz, Los Anarquistas en la Crisis Política Española, p. 300. He points out that only 200 delegates attended the Congress of Collectives of Aragon in September 1937, held under the shadow of the bayonets of the 11th Division of Lister, as compared with 500 delegates at the Congress of the preceding February. Peratz states that an army division of Catalan separatists and another division of the SEC also occupied parts of Aragon during this operation, while 3 anarchist divisions remained at the front, under orders from the CNT-FAI leadership. Compare Jackson's explanation of the occupation of Aragon. The peasants were known to hate the Council. The anarchists had deserted the front during the Barcelona fighting, and the very existence of the Council was a standing challenge to the authority of the central government. Italics mine. 108. Regarding Bolton's work, Jackson has this to say: throughout the present chapter, I have drawn heavily on this carefully documented study of the Communist Party in 1936-37. It is unrivaled in its coverage of the wartime press, of which Bolton, himself a correspondent in Spain, made a large collection, p. 363 a. 109, see note 64. A number of citations from Benarai's writings are given by Bruin at Temime. Morrow also presents several passages from his journal, Guridi Class. A collection of his works would be a very useful contribution to our understanding of the Spanish Civil War and to the problems of Revolutionary War in general. 110. Cattell, Op. Cit. p. 208. See also the remarks by Borcano, Brennan, and Bolton cited earlier. Neither Cattell nor Borcano regards this decline of fighting spirit as a major factor, however. 111. Op. Cit. p. 195, n. 7. 112. To this extent, Trotsky took a similar position. See his Lesson of Spain, London, Workers' International Press, 1937. 113. Cited in Richards, Op. Cit. p. 23. 114. H. E. Kaminsky, Six de Barcelone, Paris, Les Editions de Noël, 193-7, p. 181. This book contains very interesting observations on anarchist Spain by a skeptical though sympathetic eyewitness. 153. Amarai California when power and the N new Manda RINS. 115. May 15, 1937. Cited by Richards, Op. Cit. p. 106. 116. Cited by Bruin at Temime, Op. Cit. p. 258, n. 34. The conquest of Saragossa was the goal, never realized, of the anarchist militia in Aragon. 117. Ibid. p. 175. 118. Ibid. p. 193. 119. The fact was not lost on foreign journalists. Morrow, Op. Cit. p. 68, quotes James Minigi in the New York Herald Tribune, April 28, 1937. A reliable police force is being built up quietly but surely. The Valencia government discovered an ideal instrument for this purpose. In the Carabineros. These were formerly customs officers and guards, and always had a good reputation for loyalty. It is reported on good authority that 40,000 have been recruited for this force, and that 20,000 have already been armed and equipped. The anarchists have already noticed and complained about the increased strength of this force at a time when we all know there's little enough traffic coming over the frontiers, land or sea. They realize that it will be used against them. Consider what these Sol Claire and S, as well as Lister's Clay vision, or the assaltos described by Orwell, might have accomplished on their Aragon front, for example. Consider also the effect on the militiamen, deprived of arms by the central government, of the knowledge that these well-armed, highly trained troops were liquidating the accomplishments of the revolution. 120. Cited in Roca, The Tragedy of Spain, p. 37. 121. For references, see Bulletin, Op. Cit. p. 192, n. 12. 122. Cited in Roca, The Tragedy of Spain, p. 37. 123. Listonemoc, Balance Sheet of the Spanish Revolution, Socialist Review, Volume 6, September 1937, pages 7 to 9, 26. This reference was brought to my attention by William B. Watson. A striking example of the distortion introduced by the propaganda efforts of the 1930s is the strange story of the influential film The Spanish Earthly, filmed in 1937 by Joris Sivens with a text, written afterwards, by Hemingway, a project that was apparently initiated by Dos Passos. A very revealing account of this matter, and of the perception of the Civil War by Hemingway and Dos Passos, is given in W. B. Watson and Barton Whaley, The Spanish Earth of Dos Passos and Hemingway, unpublished, 1967. The film dealt with a collectivized village of Fun. Teduia in Valencia, a village collectivized by the UGT, incidentally. For the libertarian Dos Passos, the revelation was the dominant one. 54. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Theme: it was the anti-fascist war, however, that was to preoccupy Hemingway. The role of Dos Passos was quickly forgotten because of the fact, as Watson and Whaley point out, that Dos Passos had become anathema to the left for his criticisms of communist policies in Spain. 124. As far as the East is concerned, Roca, The Tragedy of Spain, p. 25, claims that the Russian press, for reasons that are easily understood, never uttered one least little word about the efforts of the Spanish workers and peasants at social reconstruction. I cannot check the accuracy of this claim, but it would hardly be surprising if it were correct. 125. See Patricia A. M. van der Esch, Prelude to War, The International Repercussions of the Spanish Civil War, 1935 to 1939, The Hague, Martin S. Nijhoff, 195-1, p. 47, and Brennan, op. Cit. p. 329, n. 1. The consecutive character of the Basque government was also, apparently, largely a result of French pressure. See Bruant. Me. op. Cit. p. 172, number 8. 126. See Dante A. Puzzo, Spain and the Great Powers, 1936 to 1941, New York. Columbia University Press, 962, pp. 86f. This book gives a detailed and very insightful analysis of the international background of the Civil War. 127. Jules A. Dispatch to the New York Times dated July 2, 6. Cited by Puzzo, op. Cit. p. 84. 128. Cf. For example, Jackson, op. Cit. pp. 248f. 129. As reported by Herschel V. Johnson of the American Embassy in London, cited by Puzzo, op. Cit. p. 100. 130. See Bruant Temime, op. Cit. pages 288 to 89. 131. Cited by Thomas, The Spanish Civil War, p. 53, 1, number 3. Roca, The Tragedy of Spain, p. 14, quotes, without reference, a proposal by Churchill for a 5-year neutral dictatorship to tranquilize the country, after which they could perhaps look for a revival of parliamentary institutions. 132. Puzzo, op. Cit. p. 116. 133. Ibid. p. 147. Eden is referring, of course, to the Soviet Union. For an analysis of Russian assistance to the Spanish Republic, see Catil, op. Cit. ch. 8. 134. Cf. Puzzo, op. Cit. pages 147 to 48. 135. Ibid. p. 212. 136. Ibid. p. 93. 1s. R. America N. Power and the New Manda R. Brian S. 137. Op. Cit. p. 248. 138. Puzzo, op. Cit. pp. 151f. 139. Ibid. pp. 154-55 and n. 27. 140. For some references, see Alan Gutman, The Jvotend in the Heart, America and the Spanish Civil War, New York, The Free Press, 1962, pp. 13I38. The earliest quasi-official reference that I know of is in Herbert Feist's Spanish Story, New York, Alfred A. Nope, 1948, where data is given in an appendix. Jackson, Op. Cit. p. 256, refers to this matter, without noting that Texaco was violating a prior agreement with the Republic. He states that the American government could do nothing about this, since oil was not considered a war material under the Neutrality Act. He does not point out, however, that Robert Q's, the Martin Company, and the Mexican government were put under heavy pressure to withhold supplies from the Republic, although this too was quite legal. As noted, the Texaco Company was never even branded unethical or unpatriotic, these epithets of Roosevelt's being reserved for those who try to assist the Republic. The cynic might ask just why oil was excluded from the Neutrality Act of January 1, 1937, noting that while Germany and Italy were capable of supplying arms to Franco, they could not meet his demands for oil. The Texaco Oil Company continued to act upon the pro-Nazi sympathies of its head, Captain Thorkild Reber, until August 1, 1940, when the publicity began to be a threat to business. See Phase, Op. Cit. for further details. For more on these matters, see Richard P. Trainer, American Diplomacy and the Spanish Civil War, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1968, pp. 166 f. 141. Pazzo, Op. Cit. p. 160. He remarks, a government in Madrid in which socialists, communists, and anarchists sat was not without menace to American business interests both in Spain and Latin America, p. 165. Hall, incidentally, was in error about the acts of the Spanish government. The irresponsible left-wing elements had not been given arms but had seized them, thus preventing an immediate Franco victory. 142. See Jackson, Op. Cit. p. 458. 143. C. F. Gutman, Op. Cit. p. 197. Of course, American liberalism was always pro-loyalist, and opposed both to Franco and to the revolution. The attitude towards the latter is indicated with accuracy by this comparison, noted by Gutman, p. 165, 300 people met in Union. 156. Objectivity and liberal scholarship. Square de Hurliston Oak, see note 123, expose the Stalinists' role in Spain. 20,000 met in Madison Square Garden to help Earl Browder and Norman Thomas celebrate the preservation of bourgeois democracy in July 193-7. 144. Ibid, p. 198. 145. To conclude these observations about the international reaction, it should be noted that the Vatican recognized the Franco government de facto in August 193-7 and de jure in May 1, 938. Immediately upon Franco's final victory, Pope Pius XII made the following statement: "Peace and victory have been willed by God to Spain, which has now given to proselytes of the materialistic atheism of our age the highest proof that above all things stands the eternal value of religion and of the spirit." Of course, the position of the Catholic Church has since undergone important shifts, something that cannot be said of the American government. 146. See note 60. 147. See, for example, the reference to Chomsky in Harold D. Laswell's World Revelation of Our Time, a framework for basic policy research, Hoover Institute Studies, Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1951, reprinted, with extensions, in Harold D. Laswell and Daniel Lerner, eds. World Revolution 11 Eerie Elites, Studies in Coercive Ideological Movements, Cambridge, Mass. The MLT Press, 1965, pages 29-96. Daniel Bell has a more extensive discussion of Chomsky's critique of socialism as the ideology of a new system of exploitation in which the intellectual workers will dominate, in a very informative essay that bears directly on a number of the topics that have been mentioned here. Two Roads from Marx, the themes of alienation and exploitation, and workers' control in socialist thought, in the End of Ideology, pp. 33-568. 148. Lasswell, Op. Cit. p. 85. In this respect, Lasswell's prognosis resembles that of Bell in the essays cited earlier. 149. Summarized in the Christian Science Monitor, March 1, 1968. I have not seen the text and therefore cannot judge the accuracy of the report. 150. To mention just the most recent example, on January 22, 1968, McNamara testified before the Senate Armed Services Committee that the evidence appears overwhelming that beginning in 1966 communist local and guerrilla forces have sustained substantial attrition. As a result, there has been a drop in combat efficiency and morale. 157. American Power and the Mandarins. The Tet Offensive was launched within a week of this testimony. See I.F. Stone's Weekly, February 19, 968, for some highly appropriate commentary. 151. The reality behind the rhetoric has been amply reported. A particularly revealing description is given by Katsuichi Honda, a reporter for Asahi Shimbun, in Vietnam. A Voice from the Villages, 1967, greater than obtainable from the Committee for the English Publication of Vietnam. A Voice from the Villages, C. O. Mrs. Reiko Ishida, 21.37, Nishikata, Bunkyoku, Tokyo. 158. The Revolutionary Pacifism of A. J. Must. On the backgrounds of the Pacific War. Introductory comment. The title and subtitle of this essay may seem unrelated, hence a word of explanation may be useful. The essay was written for On Memorial Number of Liberation which, as the editor expressed it, gathered together a series of articles that deal with some of the problems with which A. J. struggled. I think that Must's revolutionary pacifism was, and is, a profoundly important doctrine, both in the political analysis and the moral conviction that it expresses. The circumstances of the anti-fascist war subjected it to the most severe of tests. Does it survive this test? When I began working on this article I was not at all sure. I still feel quite ambivalent about the matter. There are several points that seem to me fairly clear, however. The American reaction to Japan's aggressiveness was, in a substantial measure, white. This essay first appeared in Liberation, Volume 12, September to October 196. 7. I am indebted to Herbert Bix, Louis Kampf, André Sifrin, and John Viertel for comments that were useful in revising it to its present form. 159. American Power and THENU Mandarins. Hypocritical. Worse still, there are very striking, quite distressing similarities between Japan's escapades and our own, both in character and in rationalization, with the fundamental difference that Japan's appeal to national interest, which was not totally without merit, becomes merely ludicrous when translated into a justification for American conquests in Asia. This essay touches on all of these questions, on Must's revolutionary pacifism and his interpretation of it in connection with the Second World War, on the backgrounds of Japan's imperial ventures, on the Western reaction and responsibility, and, by implication, on the relevance of these matters to the problems of contemporary imperialism in Asia. No doubt the essay would be more coherent were it limited to one or two of these themes. I am sure that it would be more clear if it advocated a particular political line. After exploring these themes, I can suggest nothing more than the tentative remarks of the final paragraph. In a crucial essay written 40 years ago, 1A, J. must explained the concept of revolutionary non-violence that was the guiding principle of an extraordinary life. In a world built on violence, one must be a revolutionary before one can be a pacifist. There is a certain indolence in us, a wish not to be disturbed, which tempts us to think that when things are quiet, all is well. Subconsciously, we tend to give the preference to social peace, though it be only apparent, because our lives and possessions seem then secure. Actually, human beings acquiesce too easily in evil conditions. They rebel far too little and too seldom. There is nothing noble about acquiescence in a cramped life or mere submission to superior force. Must was 180. The revolutionary pacifism of A. J. A must. Insistent that pacifists get our thinking focused. Their foremost task is to denounce the violence on which the present system is based, and all the evil material and spiritual this entails for the masses of men throughout the world. So long as we are not dealing honestly and adequately with this 90% of our problem, there is something ludicrous, and perhaps hypocritical, about our concern over the 10% of violence employed by the rebels against oppression. Never in American history have these thoughts been so tragically appropriate as today. The task of the revolutionary pacifist is spelled out more fully in the final paragraph of the essay. Those who can bring themselves to renounce wealth, position and power accruing from a social system based on violence and putting a premium on acquisitiveness, and to identify themselves in some real fashion with the struggle of the masses toward the light, may help in a measure more, doubtless, by life than by words to devise a more excellent way, a technique of social progress less crude, brutal, costly and slow than mankind has yet evolved. It is a remarkable tribute to A.J. Must that his life's work can be measured by such standards as these. His essays are invariably thoughtful and provocative. His life, however, is an inspiration with hardly a parallel in 20th century America. Must believed, with Gandhi, that unjust laws and practices survive because men obey them and conform to them. This they do out of fear. There are things they dread more than the continuance of the evil. He enriched half a century of American history with a personal commitment to these simple truths. His efforts began in a time when men believed that to better human order, a classless and warless world, a socialist society, if you please, could be achieved, a time when the labor movement, one and one, American power and the NUMANRINS meant could be described as that remarkable combination of mass power, prophetic idealism and utopian hope. They continued through the general disillusionment of war and Depairs, science and anti-radical hysteria, to the days when American sociologists could proclaim that the realization that escapes no one is that the egalitarian and socially mobile society which the free-floating intellectuals associated with the Marxist tradition have been calling for during the last 100 years has finally emerged in the form of our cumbersome, bureaucratic mass society, and has in turn engulfed the heretics. And finally, still not engulfed, he persisted in his refusal to be one of the obedient, docile men who are their terror of our time, to the moment when our egalitarian and socially mobile society is facing a virtual rebellion from the lower depths, when young men are being faced every day with the questions posed at Nuremberg as their country devotes itself to enforcing the stability of the graveyard and the bulldozed village, and when the realization that escapes no one is that something is drastically wrong in American society. In one of his last published essays, Musk describes himself as an unrepentant unilateralist, on political as well as moral grounds. 3. In part, he bases his position on an absolute moral commitment that one may accept or reject, but that cannot be profitably debated. In part, he defends it on grounds that seem to me not very persuasive, a psychological principle that like produces like, kindness provokes kindness, hence an appeal to the essential humanity of the enemy. For it is very difficult to retain a faith in the essential humanity of the SS trooper or the commissar or the racist blinded with hate and fear, or, for that matter, the insensate victim of a lifetime of anti-communist indoctrination. When the enemy is a remote technician programming B-52 raids or pacification, there is no possibility. 182. The revolutionary pacifism of A. J. Must. For a human confrontation and the psychological basis for non-violent tactics, whatever it may be, simply evaporates. A society that is capable of producing concepts like an American and peacenik of turning peace into a dirty word has advanced a long way towards immunizing the individual against any human appeal. American society has reached the stage of near total immersion in ideology. The commitment has vanished from consciousness. What else can a right-thinking person possibly believe? Americans are simply pragmatic, and they must bring others to this happy state. Thus, an official of the Agency for International Development can write, with no trace of irony, that our goal is to move nations from doctrine reliance on state enterprise to a pragmatic support of private initiative. 5. And a headline in the New York Times can refer to Indian capitulation to American demands concerning the conditions of foreign investment as India's drift from socialism to pragmatism. See page 355 below. With this narrowing of the range of the thinkable comes an inability to comprehend how the weak and dispossessed can resist our benevolent manipulation of their lives, an incapacity to react in human terms to the misery that we impose. The only useful way to evaluate the program of unilateral revolutionary pacifism is to consider what it implies in concrete historical circumstances. As a prescription for the United States in the mid-60s, it is much too easy to defend. There is no particular merit in being more reasonable than a lunatic. Correspondingly, almost any policy is more rational than one that accepts repeated risk of nuclear war, hence a near guarantee of nuclear war in the long run, a long run that is unlikely to be very long, given the risks that policy makers are willing to accept. Thus, in the Cuban Missile Crisis, Kennedy was willing, according to Sorensen's memoirs, to accept a probability of 183. Amarai, California, when power and the innumander are % of nuclear war, in order to establish that the United States alone has the right to maintain missiles on the borders of a potential enemy. 6. And who knows what probabilities the CIA is now providing to the Rosthaus and the Wheelers, who are trying to save something from their Vietnam fiasco by bombing at the Chinese border. Furthermore, it does not require an unusual political intelligence to urge worldwide de-escalation on the great power that by any objective standard is the most aggressive in the world as measured by the number of governments maintained by force or subverted by intrigue, by troops and bases on foreign soil, by willingness to use the most awesome killing machine in history to enforce its concept of world order. It would be more enlightening to consider the program of revolutionary pacifism in the context of a decade ago, when international gangsterism was more widely distributed, with the British engaged in murderous repression in Kenya, the French fighting the last of their dirty colonial wars, and the Soviet Union consolidating its Eastern European empire with brutality and deceit. But it is the international situation of December 1941 that provides the most severe test for Must's doctrine. There is a great deal to be learned from a study of the events that led up to an armed attack by a competing imperialism on American possessions and the forces defending them, and even more from consideration of the varying reactions to these events and their aftermath. If Must's revolutionary pacifism is defensible as a general political program, then it must be defensible in these extreme circumstances. By arguing that it was, Must isolated himself not only from any mass base, but also from all but a marginal fringe of American intellectuals. Writing in 194-1, Must saw the war as 164. The revolutionary pacifism of A.J. Must. A conflict between two groups of powers for survival and domination. One set of powers, which includes Britain and the United States, and perhaps Free France, controls some 70% of the Earth's resources and 30 million square miles of territory. The imperialistic status quo thus to their advantage was achieved by a series of wars, including the last one. All they ask now is to be left at peace, and if so they are disposed to make their rule mild though firm. On the other hand stands a group of powers, such as Germany, Italy, Hungary, Japan, controlling about 1.5% of the Earth's resources and 1 million square miles of territory, equally determined to alter the situation in their own favour, to impose their ideas of order, and armed to the teeth to do that, even if it means plunging the whole world into War. 7. He foresaw that an Allied victory would yield a new American empire incorporating a subservient Britain, that we shall be the next nation to seek world domination. In other words, to do what we condemn Hitler for trying to do. In the disordered post-war world, we shall be told, he predicts, that our only safety lies in making or keeping ourselves impregnable. But that means being able to decide by preponderance of military might any international issue that may arise which would put us in the position in which Hitler is trying to put Germany. In a later essay, he quotes this remark: "The problem after a war is with the victor." He thinks he has just proved that war and violence pay. Who will now teach him a lesson? 8. The prediction that the United States would emerge as the world dominant power was political realism. To forecast that it would act accordingly, having achieved this status by force, was no less realistic. This tragedy might be averted, Must urged, by a serious attempt at peaceful reconciliation with no attempt to fasten sole war guilt on any nation, assurance to all peoples of equitable access to markets and essential materials, armament reduction, massive economic rehabilitation, and moves towards international federation. To the American ideologist of 165. Amarai, California, when power and the Enumander are Brian's. 194. Such a recommendation seemed as senseless as the proposal today that we support popular revolution, and at that moment, events and policy were taking a very different direction. Since nothing of the sort was ever attempted, one can only speculate as to the possible outcome of such a course. The accuracy of Must's forecast unfortunately requires little comment. Furthermore, a plausible case can be made for his analysis of the then existing situation, a matter of more than academic interest in a view of developments in Asia since that time. As I mentioned, the point of view that Must expressed was a rather isolated one. To see how little the intellectual climate has changed, it is enough to consider the lengthy debate over the decision to drop the bomb. What has been at issue is the question whether this constituted the last act of World War II or their first phase of American post-war diplomacy, or whether it was justified as a means of bringing the war to a quick conclusion. Only rarely has the question been raised whether there was any justification for American victory in the Pacific War, and this issue, where faced at all, has been posed in the context of the Cold War, that is, was it wise to have removed a counterweight to growing Chinese power, soon to become communist power? A fairly typical American view is probably that expressed by historian Louis Morton. In the late summer and autumn of 1945, the American people had every reason to rejoice. Germany and Japan had been defeated, and American troops, victorious everywhere, would soon be returning home. Unprecedented evil had been overcome by the greatest display of force ever marshalled in the cause of human freedom. Point 9. 188. The revolutionary pacifism of A. J. Muswheat. It is remarkable that such an attitude should be so blandly expressed and easily accepted. Is it truth that in August 1st, 1945, the American people had every reason to rejoice at the sight of the Japanese countryside devastated by conventional bombing, in which tens of thousands of civilians had been massacred, not to speak of the horrifying toll of 2 atom bombs, the second being, so it appears, history's most abominable experiment, or at the news of a final gratuitous act of barbarism, trivial in the context of what had just taken place? A 1,000-plane raid launched after the Japanese surrender had been announced, but, technically, before it was officially received. To Secretary of War Stimson, it seemed appalling that there had been no protest over the airstrikes we were conducting against Japan, which led to such extraordinarily heavy losses of life. He felt that there was something wrong with a country where no one questioned that. What then are we to say of a country that still, 20 years later, is incapable of facing the question of war guilt? It is not, of course, that the question of war guilt has gone out of fashion. No trip to Germany is complete, even today, without a ritual sigh and wringing of hands over the failure of the German people to face up to the sins of the Nazi era, or the German school texts which glide so easily over the Nazi atrocities and the question of war guilt. This is a sure sign of the corruption of their nature. Just recently, a group of American liberal intellectuals gave their impressions of a tour of West Germany in the Atlantic Monthly, May 1967. None failed to raise the question of war guilt. One comments that however disparate our temperaments or our political emphases, we were plainly a group made coherent by our shared suspicions of Germany's capacity for political health. We had not forgotten, nor could we forget, that we were in the country which had 187 American power and Mandarins been able to devise and implement Nazism. The same commentator is impressed with the dignity and fortitude with which young Germans carry an emotional and moral burden unmatched in history. They have to live with the knowledge that their parent generation, and often their own parents, perpetrated the worst atrocities on the record of mankind. Another, a fervent apologist for the American war in Vietnam, asks, how does a human being come to terms with the fact that his father was a soulless murderer, or an accomplice to soulless murder? Several were offended by the way the camp, Dachau, had been fixed up, Britified. Does the Britification of Hiroshima war, to take a closer analogue, the Britification of Los Alamos provoke the same response? To their credit, a few refer to Vietnam, but not once is a question raised even to be dismissed as to American conduct in the Second World /War, or the emotional and moral burden carried by those whose parent generation stood by while 2 atom bombs were used against a beaten and virtually defenseless enemy. To free ourselves from the conformism and moral blindness that have become a national scandal, it is a good idea occasionally to read the measured reactions of conservative Asians to some of our own exploits. Consider, for example, the words of the Indian Justice Radha Binod Pal, the the leading Asian voice at the Tokyo tribunal that assessed the war guilt of the Japanese. In his carefully argued, and largely ignored, dissenting opinion to the decision of the tribunal, he has the following remarks to make. The Kaiser Wilhelm II was credited with a letter to the Austrian Kaiser Franz Joseph in the early days of that war, wherein he stated as follows: "My soul is torn, but everything must be put to fire and sword, men, women and children and old men must be." 168. The revolutionary pacifism of A.J. must slaughtered and not to tree or house be left standing. With these methods of terrorism, which are alone capable of affecting a people as degenerate as the French, the war will be over in 2 months, whereas if I admit considerations of humanity it will be prolonged for years. In spite of my repugnance, I have therefore been obliged to choose the former system. This showed his ruthless policy, and this policy of indiscriminate murder to shorten the war was considered to be a crime. In the Pacific War under our consideration, if there was anything approaching what is indicated in the above letter of the German Emperor, it is the decision coming from the Allied powers to use the atom bomb. Future generations will judge this dire decision. History will say whether any outburst of popular sentiment against usage of such a weapon is irrational and only sentimental, and whether it has become legitimate by such indiscriminate slaughter to win the victory by breaking the will of the whole nation to continue to fight. We need not stop here to consider whether or not the atom bomb comes to force a more fundamental searching of the nature of warfare and of the legitimate means for the pursuit of military objectives. It would be sufficient for my present purpose to say that if any indiscriminate destruction of civilian life and property is still illegitimate in warfare, then, in the Pacific War, this decision to use the atom bomb is the only near approach to the directives of the German Emperor during the First World War and of the Nazi leaders during the Second World War. Nothing like this could be traced to the credit of the present accused. 11. When we lament over the German conscience, we are demanding of them a display of self-hatred, a good thing, no doubt. But for us the matter is infinitely more serious. It is not a matter of self-hatred regarding the sins of the past. Like the German Kaiser, we believe that everything must be put to fire and sword, so that the war will be more quickly finished, and we act on this belief. Unlike the German Kaiser, our soul is not torn. We manage a relative calm, as we continue, today, to write new chapters of history with the blood of the helpless and innocent. 189. American power and the innuendo RINS. Returning to Must's radical pacifism in the context of 1941, recall that the first of his proposals was that there be no attempt to fasten soul war guilt on any nation. The second was that measures be taken to assure to all peoples equitable access to markets and essential materials. The immediate cause of the attack on Pearl Harbor was the recognition, by the Japanese military, that it was now or never. The Western powers controlled the raw materials on which their existence depended, and these supplies were being choked off in retaliation for expansion on the mainland and association with Germany and Italy in the Tripartite Pact. Japan faced an American diplomatic offensive aimed at changing it from a hostile expansionist empire, with great pride in its destiny and ambitious plans for its future, to a peaceful, contented nation of merchants subcontracting with the United States to aid America's fight against Hitler. 12. Precisely what was achieved by the war, if we replace Hitler by the international communist conspiracy. To understand the Japanese predicament more fully, to evaluate the claim that Japan represented the forces of unprecedented evil arrayed against the American-led cause of human freedom, and to appreciate the substance of Must's radical pacifist alternative, it is necessary to look with some care into the backgrounds of Japanese imperialism. Japan had been open to Western influence by a threat of force in the mid-19th century, and had then undertaken a remarkably successful effort at modernization. A new plutocracy replaced the old feudal structure, adopting the forms of parliamentary government. Mass participation in the developing political structure was minimal. It is doubtful that the living standards of the peasantry and urban workers rose during the period of transition from a medieval to a modern capitalist society. Japan joined the other imperialist powers in the exploit. No. The revolutionary pacifism of A.J. Tashin of East Asia and took over Formosa, Korea, and parts of southern Manchuria. In short, by the late 1920s, Japan was what in modern political parlance is called a democracy and was attempting to play the normal role of a great power. A portent of danger lay in the virtual independence of the armed forces from the civilian government. The dual diplomacy to which this gave rise was shortly to have disastrous consequences. The Great European War of 1914-1918 gave Japan an opportunity to extend its rights and interests in China and provided new markets for expanding Japanese industry. The revival of European competition came as a severe blow, and post-war diplomacy attempted vainly to construct a new and stable international system that would integrate Japan with the other imperialist powers. In good faith, Japan accepted the subordinate role assigned it and consented, throughout the 20s, to be a well-behaved member of the imperialist club. Their Washington Conference of 1922 established the naval forces of America, England, and Japan in the ratio of 5-5-3. Accepting the American position of equality of security rather than the Japanese goal of equality of armaments. As Schroeder comments, the American argument was that Japan, a state surrounded on all sides by historic enemies and powerful rivals, had a superior natural situation for defense, while the United States, in the midst of two oceans without a powerful enemy on two continents, has defensively an inferior natural endowment. 13. Their Washington Conference arrangements were renegotiated in the London Naval Treaty of 1930 involving Japan, Great Britain, and the United States. The matter is discussed in detail in a study by James Crowley. 14 in the negotiations leading to this treaty, Secret. Airy of State Stimson placed emphasis on the 171. American power and the RINS. Unusual problems posed by the necessity of the United States to defend two coastlines and on the great concessions which the American government had made at the time of the Washington Conference. Crowley points out that throughout the 1920s, Japan faithfully adhered to the terms of the Washington Conference treaties. At issue in the subsequent negotiations was the question whether Japan could maintain its primary objective, supremacy over the American fleet in Japanese home waters. The London Treaty, in effect, required that Japan abandon this objective. The London Treaty did not render England a second-class naval power, nor did it endanger the safety of the United States or its insular possessions in the Pacific, but it did compromise the principle of Japanese naval hegemony in Japan's own waters. The domestic opposition to the treaty in Japan was a very serious matter. It led to a strengthening of the role of the military, which felt, with reason, that the civilian leadership was seriously endangering Japanese security. The treaty also evoked the first of the series of violent attacks on the legally appointed leaders of Japan, which would characterize the political history of that country during the 1930s, when Premier Hamaguchi, who was responsible for the treaty, was shot by a patriotic youth in 1930. An immediate consequence of the treaty was the adoption by the opposition party of a platform insisting on the maintenance of Japan's privileged position in Manchuria, and a foreign policy which discounted the necessity of cooperation with the Anglo-American nations in defense of Japan's continental interests, saw in the cause of naval armament agreements. In summary, it seems clear that the refusal of the United States to grant to Japan hegemony in its waters, while of course insisting on maintaining its own hegemony in the Western Atlantic and Eastern Pacific, was a significant con. 112. The revolutionary pacifism of A.J. Must. Tributary cause to the crisis that was soon to erupt. In later years, the Japanese came to feel, with much justice, that they had been hoodwinked more generally in the diplomatic arrangements of the early 1920s, which embodied the idea that the Far East is essentially a place for the commercial and financial activities of the Western peoples, and emphasized the importance of placing the signatory powers on an equal footing, thus ignoring the desirability of providing special relations between particular countries, especially between Japan and China. 15. A typical Japanese view of the situation was expressed by a delegate to the 1925 Conference of the Institute of Pacific Relations, IPR, just as Japan was getting really skillful at the game of the grab, the other powers, most of whom had all they wanted anyway, suddenly had an excess of virtue and called the game off. 16. A decade later, a delegate to the 193-6 IPR conference was to reiterate. The Japanese feel that Western countries are unfair in imposing the status quo on Japan and calling it peace. Their whole conception of diplomatic machinery and collective security is that it is simply a means to maintain that sort of peace, and to that degree the Japanese people are against it. This doesn't mean that Japan would not participate in collective security if some machinery can be devised which provides for peaceful change. Japan has a legitimate desire to expand. What are the means by which a nation can legitimately expand? Imperialistic advances are apparently out of date, but this is not understood by the Japanese people. The average reasoning of the Japanese people is that Great Britain and the other Western powers have done it, so why shouldn't we? The problem is not so much to determine the aggressor as to provide ample opportunities for the necessary expansion peacefully. 17. Through the mid-1920s, the Japanese were, generally, the most sympathetic of the imperialist powers to the Kuomintang in its attempt to unify China. In 1927, Chiang Kai-shek stated, 173. American power and the Mandarins. That the Japanese policy differed from the oppressive attitude of Britain and the United States. Anu Jinshin, then a high Kuomintang official, contrasted Japan's non-participation in the imperialist bombardment of Nanking to the cruelty inherent in the Western civilization. This indicated Japan's friendship for China. The goal of Japanese diplomacy was to strengthen the anti-communist elements in the Kuomintang and, at the same time, to support the rule of the warlord Chiang Tzu-lin over an at least semi-independent Manchuria. At the time, this seemed not totally unreasonable, although the legal position of Japan was insecure and this policy was sure to come into conflict with Chinese nationalism, according to one authority. As of 192-7, Manchuria was politically identifiable with China only insofar as its overlord, Chiang Tzu-lin, was also commander-in-chief of the anti-Kuomintang coalition controlling Peking. But Chiang's economic and military base in the three eastern provinces was entirely distinct from China, and in the past he had occasionally proclaimed Manchuria's independence. 18. To the extent that this assessment is accurate, Japanese diplomacy was not unrealistic in aiming to prevent the growing nationalist movement in China from overwhelming Manchuria and at the same time to curb the ambitions of the Manchurian warlord to take over all of China. This remained, in essence, the goal of the Japanese civilian governments even through the Manchurian Incident of 1932. By 1993, it was becoming fairly clear that the relatively conciliatory diplomacy of the 1920s was unlikely to secure rights and interests regarded as essential for Japan's continued development. The effects of the Great Depression were immediate and severe, see below. The London Treaty had failed to provide Japan with military security vis-à-vis the other imperial. 174. The revolutionary pacifism of A.J. Must. As powers. Manchuria remained independent of the Kuomintang, but Chinese nationalist pressures for unification were increasing. At the same time, the Soviet Union had significantly expanded its military power on the Manchurian border, a fact that could not fail to concern the Japanese military. Japan had a substantial investment in the South Manchurian Railway and, rightly or wrongly, regarded Manchuria as an extremely important potential source of desperately needed raw materials. Large numbers of Japanese 19 as well as thousands of Korean farmers encouraged by Japan had settled in Manchuria, inflaming Chinese nationalism and, simultaneously, deepening the commitment of the Kuomintang army in Manchuria to preserve order. The future of the South Manchurian Railway and with it, the associated investments as well as the welfare of the Japanese and Korean immigrants and residents was very much in doubt, as Chinese pressures mounted both inside Manchuria and in nationalist China. Technically, under a 1905 protocol, China was barred from building any railway lines parallel to the South Manchurian Railway or from constructing any lines which might endanger the commercial traffic along it. But China was quite naturally disinclined to honor this provision, and Japanese attempts to conduct discussions on railroad construction were frustrated, as the Kuomintang pursued its course of attempting to incorporate Manchuria within China and to eliminate Japanese influence, no doubt with the support of the majority of the Manchurian population. A number of fairly serious incidents of violence occurred involving Korean settlers and the Japanese military. A Japanese officer was murdered in the summer of 1993. In Shanghai, a boycott of Japanese goods was initiated. Under these conditions, debate intensified within Japan as to whether its future lay in the political leadership of an East Asia. 175. American power and the new Mandarins. Power bloc guaranteed by military force, or in continuing to abide by the new rules of diplomacy established by Occidental and satiated powers. 21. The issue was resolved in September 1, 93, when Kuomintang army officers provoked a clash with Chinese forces, the Mandarins incident, and proceeded to take full control of Manchuria. China, not unexpectedly, refused the Japanese offers to negotiate, insisting that evacuation is a precondition of direct negotiation. 22. Exercising the right of self-defense against Chinese bandits, the Kuomintang army established control by force, and in August 1, 93, the Japanese government, under strong military and popular pressure, recognized Manchuria as the new, independent state of Manchukuo, under the former Manchu Emperor, Puyi. As Walter Lippmann commented, the procedure of setting up local Chinese governments which are dependent upon Japan was a familiar one, not unlike the American precedents in Nicaragua, Haiti, and elsewhere. 23. The Manchurian events flowed over into China proper and Japan itself, and caused an international crisis. the boycott in Shanghai and a clash between Chinese troops and Japanese Marines near the Japanese sector of the international settlement led to a retaliatory aerial bombardment by the Japanese. This indiscriminate use of air power against a small contingent of Chinese soldiers dispersed among a congested civilian population generated a profound sense of shock and indignation in England and the United States. 24. In Japan, the Shanghai incident was seen rather differently. The Japanese minister to China at the time, Mamoru Shigemitsu, writes in his memoirs 25 that he was responsible for the request that the government dispatch troops to Shanghai to save the Japanese residents from annihilation. In his view, the 30,000 Japanese. 176. The revolutionary pacifism of A.J. Muswheat. Settlers and the Japanese property in Shanghai were at the mercy of the Chinese army, with its rather left-wing tendencies. Furthermore, Chinese communists were starting strikes in Japanese-owned mills. For all of these reasons, Shigemitsu felt justified in requesting troops, which succeeded in dislodging the Chinese forces from the Shanghai district and restoring law and order, a familiar procedure, as Lippmann rightly observed, and not without present-day parallels. 26. As far as Japan itself is concerned, the events of 193-193-2 were quite serious in their impact. According to the outstanding Japanese political scientist Masao Maruyama, the energy of radical fascism stored up in the preparatory period now burst forth in full concentration under the combined pressure of domestic panic and international crises such as the Manchurian incident, the Shanghai incident, and Japan's withdrawal from the League of Nations. 27. Furthermore, the issue of the infringement of the Supreme Command, raised when the civilian leadership had overruled the military leaders and in effect capitulated to the West at the London Naval Conference, was a great stimulus to the fascist movement. p. 81. In 1932, a series of assassinations of important political figures, including Prime Minister in UK, contributed further to the decline of civilian power and the strengthening of the hand of the military. The international reaction to these events was ambiguous. The League of Nations sent a commission of inquiry, the Lytton Commission, to investigate the Manchurian situation. Its report rejected the Japanese position that Manchukuo should be established as an independent state, and insisted on a loose form of Chinese sovereignty, at which point Japan withdrew from the League of Nations. The United States also found itself 177. American power and the NU Mandarins. Somewhat isolated diplomatically, in that the harsh anti-Japanese position taken by Secretary of State Stimson received little support from the other Western powers. In a careful review of the point of view of the Lytton Commission, the Inukai government, and the Central Army Authority ties, Sadako Ogata demonstrates a considerable area of agreement. The Central Army authorities insisted upon the creation of a new local regime with authority to negotiate settlement of Manchurian problems, but under the formal sovereignty of the Chinese national government, a traditional arrangement. This was the arrangement that the world at large was willing to accept. The Lytton Commission proposed the constitution of a special regime for the administration of Manchuria possessed of a large measure of autonomy but under Chinese jurisdiction. Finally, when the state of Manchukuo declared its independence, the government of Japan withheld formal recognition and thereby attempted to avoid a head-on collision with the powers, which by then had lined up behind the doctrine of non-recognition of changes caused by Japanese military action in Manchuria. The complete political reconstruction of Manchuria was achieved, then, at the hands of the Kwantung Army in defiance of the opposition of government and central military leaders. 28. The Lytton Commission report took cognizance of some of the complexities in the situation. The report drew the following conclusion. This is not a case in which one country has declared war on another country without previously exhausting the opportunities for conciliation provided in the Covenant of the League of Nations. Neither is it a simple case of the violation of the frontier of one country by the armed forces of a neighboring country, because in Manchuria there are many features without an exact parallel in other parts of the world. 178. The revolutionary pacifism of A.J. Must. The report went on to point out that the dispute arose in a territory in which both China and Japan claim to have rights and interests, only some of which are clearly defined by international law, a territory which, although legally an integral part of China, had a sufficiently autonomous character to carry out direct negotiations with Japan on the matters which lay at the roots of this conflict. 29. It is an open question whether a more conciliatory American diplomacy that took into account some of the real problems faced by Japan might have helped the civilian government, backed by the Central Army authorities, to prevail over the independent initiative of the Kuomintang Red Army, which ultimately succeeded in bringing the Japanese government to recognize the fait accompli of a Manchukuo that was more a puppet of the Kuomintang Army than of Japan proper. In any event, the success of the Kuomintang Army in enforcing its conception of the status of Manchuria set Japan and the United States on a collision course. Japan turned to an independent diplomacy and reliance on force to achieve its objectives. The Japanese position of the mid-30s is described as follows by Roy Almer. Japan's aim is not to conquer China or to take any territory from her, but instead to create jointly with China and Manchukuo a new order comprising the three independent states. In accordance with this program, East Asia is to become a vast self-sustaining region where Japan will acquire economic security and immunity from such trade boycotts as she has been experiencing at the hands of the Western powers. This policy was in conflict with Chinese nationalism and with the long-term insistence of the United States on the open-door policy in China. 179. American power and the new Mandarins. From 1928 there had been an increasing divergence between the policies of the civilian Japanese governments, which attempted to play the game of international politics in accordance with the rules set by the dominant imperialist powers, and the Kuomintang Red Army, which regarded these rules as unfair to Japan and was also dissatisfied with the injustice of domestic Japanese society. The independent initiative of the Kuomintang Army was largely that of the young officers of petty bourgeois origin who felt that they represented as well the interests of the soldiers, predominantly of peasant stock. The Manchurian affair constitutes an external expression of the radical reform movement that was originally inspired by Kita and Okawa, 31, who had developed the view that Japan represented an international proletariat with an emancipating mission for the Asian masses, and who opposed the obvious inequities of modern capitalism. The fundamental law proposed for Manchukuo in 193-2 protected the people from usury, excessive profit, and all other unjust economic pressure. As Ogata notes, 32, the fundamental law showed the attempt to forestall the modern forms of economic injustice caused by capitalism. In Japan itself, this program appealed to the Social Democrats, who blamed Chinese warlords and selfish Japanese capitalists for the difficulties in Manchuria, and who demanded the creation of a socialistic system in Manchuria, one that would benefit both Chinese and Japanese living in Manchuria. 33. Ogata cites a great deal of evidence to support the conclusion that the Kuomintang Army never expected to establish Japanese supremacy, but rather proposed to leave wide discretion to the local self-governing Chinese bodies, and intended neither the disruption of the daily lives of the Manchurian people nor their assimilation into Japanese culture. p. 182. The program for autonomy was apparently influenced by and attempted to win. 1. So, the revolutionary pacifism of A.J. must incorporate certain indigenous Chinese moves towards autonomy. In the period immediately preceding the Manchurian affair, a group of Chinese under the leadership of Chiang Kai also attempted to create an autonomous Manchuria based on cooperation of its 6 largest ethnic groups: Japanese, Chinese, Russians, Mongolians, Koreans, and Manchurians, in order to protect the area from Japanese, Chinese and Soviet encroachment. p. 40. The governing bodies set up by the Kuomintang Red Army were led by prominent Chinese with Japanese support. Recognition of local administrative organs was undertaken by utilizing the traditional self-governing bodies. Yu Changban, a prominent elder statesman of the Mukden government, was installed as chief of the Self-Government Guiding Board on November 10. He had been the leader of the civilian group in Manchuria which, in contrast to the warlords, had held to the principle of absolute Tokyo Anmin, secure boundary and peaceful life. According to him, the protection and prosperity of the northeastern provinces assumed priority overall, including the relationship with China proper. Through tax reform, improvement of the wage system of government officials, and abolition of a costly army, the people in Manchuria were to enjoy the benefits of peaceful labor, while defense was to be entrusted to their most powerful neighbor, Japan. pp. 118-19. In general, the Kuomintang army regarded the 30 million people of Manchuria, half of whom had immigrated since the initiation of Japanese development efforts a quarter of a century earlier, as suffering masses who had been sacrificed to the misrule of warlords and the avarice of wicked officials, masses deriving no benefits of civilization despite the natural abundance of the region. 34. Furthermore, the army regarded Manchuria as the fortress against Russian southern advancement, which became increasingly threatening as Soviet influence over the Chinese Revolution became more and more apt. 1. American power and the new Mandarins. Parent. 35. With many Japanese civilians, it felt that under the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek and with the support of the Western democratic powers which wanted to keep China in a semi-colonial state safe from the continental advance of the Japanese, China was rapidly becoming a military fascist country I-36 and had no right to dominate Manchuria. To use the kind of terminology favored by Secretary Rusk, it was unwilling to sacrifice the Manchurian people to their more powerful or better organized neighbors, and it engaged in serious efforts to win the hearts and minds of the people and to encourage the responsible Chinese leadership that had itself been working for Manchurian independence. 37. In fact, a case can be made that had it not been for Western intervention, which strengthened China, the Tibetans and Mongols would have simply resumed their own national sovereignty after the fall of the Manchu Empire in 1911, as would the Manchurians. With considerable Western prodding, the nationalist government had abandoned the original demand for union with equality of Chinese, Manchus, Mongols, Muslims, and Tibetans and taken the position that China should rule the outer dominions. The West assumed that China would be under Western guidance and influence. By confirming a maximum area for China, it increased the sphere of future Western investment and exploitation. 38. A fact which adds a touch of irony to current Western complaints about Chinese expansionism. From this point of view, the independence of Manchukuo could easily be rationalized as a step towards the emancipation of the peoples of East Asia from Western dominance. To be sure, the establishment of Japanese hegemony over Manchuria and later northern China as well was motivated by the desire to secure Japanese rights and interests. A liberal. 182. The revolutionary pacifism of A.J. Must. Professor of American History, Yasuaki Takagi, observes that the general support for the Japanese military in 193-1 was similar to the manifest destiny psychology underlying American expansion into Florida, Texas, California, Cuba, and Hawaii. 39. He describes the bandit-infested, warlord-controlled Manchurian region, then subject to the clash of expansionist Chinese nationalism and Japanese imperialism, as similar to the Caribbean when the United States justified its Caribbean policy. He asks why there should be a Monroe Doctrine in America and an open-door principle in Asia, and suggests an international conference to resolve the outstanding problems of the area, noting, however, that few Americans would entertain even for a moment the idea of letting an international conference define the Monroe Doctrine and review Mexican relations. He points out, quite correctly, that the peace machinery of the world is in itself primarily the creation of the dominant races of the earth, of those who are the greatest beneficiaries from the maintenance of the status quo. Nevertheless, it appears that few Japanese were willing to justify the Manchurian incident and subsequent events on the pragmatic grounds of self-interest. Rather, they emphasized the high moral character of the intervention, the benefits it would bring to the suffering masses once the terrorism had been suppressed, and the intention of establishing an earthly paradise in the independent state of Manchukuo, later, in China as well, defended from communist attack by the power of Japan. Maruyama observes that what our wartime leaders accomplished by their moralizing was not simply to deceive the people of Japan or of the world. More than anyone else they deceived themselves. 40. To illustrate, he quotes the observations of American Ambassador Joseph Grew on the self-deception and lack of realism in the upper strata of Japanese society. 183. American power and the Enumanda RINS. I doubt if one Japanese in 100 really believes that they have actually broken the Kellogg Pact, the Nine-Power Treaty, and the Covenant of the League. A comparatively few thinking men are capable of frankly facing the facts, and one Japanese said to me, "Yes, we've broken every one of these instruments, we've waged open war. The arguments of self-defense and self-determination for Manchuria are rot, but we needed Manchuria, and that's that." But such men are in the minority. The great majority of Japanese are astonishingly capable of really fooling themselves. It isn't that the Japanese necessarily has his tongue in his cheek when he signs the obligation. It merely means that when the obligation runs counter to his own interests, as he conceives them, he will interpret the obligation to suit himself and, according to his own lights and mentality, he will very likely be perfectly honest in so doing. Such a mentality is a great deal harder to deal with than a mentality which, however brazen, knows that it is in the wrong. In this respect, the analogy to current American behavior in Asia fails. More than one American in 100 understands that we have actually violated our commitments, not only at Geneva but, more importantly, to the United Nations Charter. However, the general observation remains quite valid in the changed circumstances of today. It is very difficult to deal with the mentality that reinterprets obligations to suit self-interest, and may very well be perfectly honest in some curious sense of the word in so doing. Alongside of those who justified the Manchurian intervention on the pragmatic grounds of self-interest, those who spoke of a new Monroe Doctrine to maintain the peace of East Asia, and those who fantasied about an earthly paradise, 41. There were also dissident voices that questioned Japanese policy in a more fundamental way. As the military extended its power, dissidents were attacked both verbally and physically for their betrayal of Japan. In 1936, for example, the printing presses of their 184. The revolutionary pacifism of A. J. Must. Leading Tokyo newspapers were bombed and Captain Nonaka, who was in command, posted the manifesto of the Righteous Army of Restoration, which identified those groups most responsible for the betrayal of the national polity: the senior statesmen, financial magnates, court officials, and certain factions in the army, proclaiming, "They have trespassed on the prerogatives of the Emperor's rights of supreme commander among other times, in the conclusion of the London Naval Treaty and in the removal of the Inspector General of Military Education. Moreover, they secretly conspired to steal the supreme command in the March incident, and they united with disloyal professors in rebellious places." These are but a few of the most notable instances of their villainies. Point 4.2. It is difficult to imagine such a development in the United States today. Difficult, but not impossible. Consider, for example, the column by William H. Stringer on the editorial page of the Christian Science Infinita on February 7, verse 968, calling for an end to that violent, discouraged, and anarchic thinking which disrupts government and adds to Washington's already grievous burdens. The final paragraph explains why the carping and caterwauling from the pseudo-intellectual establishment must cease. Certainly, this time of crucial decisions is a time to uphold the government, president, and Congress without prayers. Yes, to see that no mist of false doctrine or sleazy upbringing can upset the constitutional order which gives thrust and purpose to our country. And to remind ourselves and affirm that our leaders have the utilization of ever-present intelligence and wisdom from on high, that they indeed can perceive and follow the path which no fowl knoweth. Job 28, italics mine. One would have to search with some diligence in the literature of totalitarianism to find such a statement. An obscure Japanese military officer condemns the disloyal professors and other b. 185. American power and Thenumander are Brianess. Who have trespassed on the imperial prerogatives. A writer for one of our most distinguished and responsible newspapers denounces the pseudo-intellectuals of false doctrine and sleazy upbringing who refuse to recognize that our leaders are divinely inspired. There are, to be sure, important differences between the two situations. Thus Captain Nonaka bombed the printing presses, whereas his contemporary equivalent is feared by the responsible American press. As Toynbee had noted earlier, 43 Japan's economic interests in Manchuria were not superfluities but vital necessities of her international life. The international position of Japan with nationalist China, Soviet Russia, and the race-conscious English-speaking peoples of the Pacific closing in upon her had suddenly become precarious again. These special interests had repeatedly been recognized by the United States. Both China and Japan regarded the Root-Taka-Hiro Agreement of 1908 as indicating American acquiescence in the latter's position in Manchuria. 44 Secretary of State Bryan, in 1915, stated that the United States frankly recognized that territorial contiguity creates special relations between Japan and these districts, Shantung, South Manchuria, and East Mongolia, and the Lansing-Ishi notes of 191-7 stated that territorial propinquity creates special relations between countries, and consequently, the government of the United States recognizes that Japan has special interests in China, partly in the part to which her possessions are contiguous. 46. In fact, the United States for several years regarded the Kuomintang as in revolt against the legitimate government of China, and even after Chiang's massacre of communists in 1992-7, showed little pro-nationalist sympathy. As late as 1930, the American minister to China saw no difference between the Kuomintang and the warlord rebels in Peking, and wrote that 186. The revolutionary pacifism of A. J. must He could not see any hope in any of the self-appointed leaders that are drifting over the land at the head of odd bands of troops. 46. At the same time, the United States insisted on preserving its special rights, including the right of extraterritoriality, which exempted American citizens from Chinese law. In 1928, there were more than 5,200 American Marines in China protecting these rights. The Japanese army in Manchuria at the time was about 10,000 troops. 47. The other imperialist powers were even more insistent on protecting their rights, and persisted in their anti-nationalist attitudes right through the Manchurian incident. In later years, when the Japanese had begun to use force to guarantee their position in China, they still retained the support of the American business community, as long as it did not itself feel threatened by these actions. In 1928, American consuls supported the dispatch of Japanese troops. One reported that their arrival has brought a feeling of relief, even among Chinese, especially those of the substantial class. 48. The Business community remained relatively pro-Japanese even after Japanese actions in Manchuria and Shanghai in 1932. In general, it was felt that the Japanese were fighting the battle of all foreigners against the Chinese who wished to destroy foreign rights and privileges. That if the organizing abilities of the Japanese were turned loose in China, it might be a good thing for everybody. 49. Ambassador Grew, on November 20, 193-7, entered in his diary a note that the McMurray Memorandum, just circulated by one of the main American spokesmen on Far Eastern affairs, would serve to relieve many of our fellow countrymen of the generally accepted theory that Japan has been a big bully on China, the downtrodden victim. 11 degrees commonly the American attitude remained that expressed by 187. American power and the new Mandarins. Ambassador Nelson Johnson, who argued that the American interest dictated that we be neither pro-Chinese nor pro-Japanese but rather must have a single eye to the effect of developments in the East upon the future interests of America, namely, the fact that the great population of Asia offers a valuable outlet for the products of our industries and that as our industries develop we will be more and more interested in cultivating an outlet for them. 51. Also typical is his explanation of the attitude he should adopt toward these Oriental peoples for whose future we became responsible. What we make of them will be peculiarly the product of American idealism. In their future we shall continue to be interested as a father must be interested in the career of his son long after the son has left the family nest. 52. He was concerned, in fact, that Native American altruism would be too predominant in our treatment of our Asian wards, and hoped rather that the new period of American international relations would be characterized by the acquisitive, practical side of American life rather than its idealistic and altruistic side. As late as 1939 Ambassador Grew, speaking in Tokyo, described the American objection to the new order as based on the fact that it included depriving Americans of their own established rights in China and imposing a system of closed economy. Critics noted that nothing was said about the independence of China, and that it might well appear, from his remarks, that if the Japanese stopped taking actions that infringed on American rights, the United States would not object to their continued occupation of China. 53. In the fall of 1939, Secretary of State Hull refused to negotiate a new commercial treaty with Japan or arrive at a modus vivendi unless Japan completely changed her attitude and practice towards our rights and interests in China. 54. Had this condition been met. 188. The revolutionary pacifism of A.J. Muswet. So it appears, the situation would have been quite different. The Depression of 1929 marked the final collapse of the attempt of Japanese civilians to live by the rules established by the Western powers. Just as the Depression struck, the new Hamaguchi cabinet adopted the gold standard in an attempt to link the Japanese economy more closely with the West, foregoing the previous attempts at unilateral Sino-Japanese prosperity. An immediate consequence was a drastic decline in Japanese exports. In 193, Japan was replaced by the United States as the major exporter to China. Japanese exports to the United States also declined severely, in part as a result of the Smoot-Hawley tariff of June 1930, in part because of the dramatic fall in the price of silk. 55 Foreign industrialized countries such as Japan, with almost no domestic supplies of raw materials, the decline in world trade was an unmitigated disaster. The Japanese diplomat Mamoru Shigemitsu describes the crisis succinctly. The Japanese were completely shut out from the European colonies. In the Philippines, Indochina, Borneo, Indonesia, Malaya, Burma, not only were Japanese activities forbidden, but even entry. Ordinary trade was hampered by unnatural discriminatory treatment. In a sense, the Manchurian outbreak was the result of the international closed economies that followed on the First World War. There was a feeling at the back of it that it provided the only escape from economic strangulation. 56. The infamous Yosuke Matsuoka stated in 193, that we feel suffocated as we observe internal and external situations. What we are seeking is that which is minimal for living beings. In other words, we are seeking to live. We are seeking room that will let us breathe. 57. 10 years later, he was to describe Japan as in the grip of a need to work out means of self-supply and self-sufficiency in Greater East Asia. He asks, is it for the 189 AMER can power ANDTHENU Mandarins United States, which rules over the Western Hemisphere and is expanding over the Atlantic and the Pacific, to say that these ideals, these ambitions of Japan are wrong. 68. Western economic policies of the 1930s made an intolerable situation still worse, as was reported regularly in the conferences of the Institute of Pacific Relations, IPR. The report of the Banff Conference of August 1, 1933 noted that the Indian government, in an attempt to foster its own cotton industry, imposed an almost prohibitive tariff on imported cotton goods, the effects of which were of course felt chiefly by Japanese traders, whose markets in India had been growing rapidly. 59. Japan, which is a rapidly growing industrial nation, has a special need for mineral resources, and is faced with a serious shortage of iron, steel, oil, and a number of important industrial minerals under her domestic control, while, on the other hand, the greater part of the supplies of tin and rubber, not only of the Pacific area but from the whole world, are, by historical accident, largely under the control of Great Britain and the Netherlands. 60. The same was true of iron and oil, of course. In 1932, Japanese exports of cotton piece goods for the first time exceeded those of Great Britain. The Indian tariff, mentioned above, was 75% on Japanese cotton goods and 25% on British goods. The Ottawa Conference of 1932 effectively blocked Japanese trade with the Commonwealth, including India. As the IPR conference report noted, Ottawa had dealt a blow to Japanese liberalism. The Ottawa Commonwealth arrangements aimed at constructing an essentially closed, autarkic system. The contemporary American policy of self-sufficiency proceeded in a similar direction. The only recourse available to Japan was to try to mimic this behavior in Manchuria. Liberalism was all very well when Britannia ruled the waves, but not when Lancashire in 190 The revolutionary pacifism of A.J. Must. Industry was grinding to a halt, unable to meet Japanese competition. The open-door policy was appropriate to an expanding capitalist economy, but must not be allowed to block American economic recovery. Thus, in October 193-5, Japan was forced to accept an agreement limiting shipments of cotton textiles from Japan to the Philippines for 2 years, while American imports remained duty-free. Similarly, revised commercial arrangements with Cuba in 1934 were designed to eliminate Japanese competition in textiles, copper wire, electric bulbs, and cellophane. 61. The 1936 IPR conference continues the story. Writing on trade and trade rivalry between the United States and Japan, William W. Lockwood observes that American preponderance in Philippine trade is attributable in large degree to the closed-door policy of the United States, which has established American products in a preferential position. Were Japanese businessmen able to compete on equal terms, there is no doubt but that Japan's share of the trade would advance rapidly. 62. At the same time, American tariffs on many Japanese items exceeded 10%. Japan did not have the resiliency to absorb such a serious shock to its economy. The textile industry, which was hit most severely by the discriminatory policies of the major imperialist powers, produced nearly half of the total value of manufactured goods and about 2/3 of the value of Japanese exports, and employed about half of the factory workers. Though industrialized by Asian standards, Japan had only about 1/7 the energy capacity per capita of Germany. From 1927 to 1932, its pig iron production was 44% that of Luxembourg, and its steel production about 95%. 63. It was in no position to tolerate a situation in which India, Malaya, Indochina, and the Philippines erected tariff barriers favoring 191. American Power ANDTHENUMANDARINS. The mother country, and could not survive the deterioration in its very substantial trade with the United States and the sharp decline in the China trade. It was, in fact, being suffocated by the American and British and other Western imperial systems, which quickly abandoned their lofty liberal rhetoric as soon as the shoe began to pinch. The situation as of 193-6 is summarized as follows by Neyman. When an effort to set a quota on imports of bleached and colored cotton cloths failed, President Roosevelt finally took direct action. In May of 1936, he invoked the flexible provision of the tariff law and ordered an average increase of 42% in the duty on these categories of imports. By the state, Japan's cotton goods had begun to suffer from restrictive measures taken by more than half of their other markets. Japanese xenophobia was further stimulated as tariff barriers rose against Japanese goods, like earlier barriers against Japanese immigrants, and presented a convincing picture of Western encirclement. The most secure markets were those which Japan could control politically, an argument for further political expansion against an iron ring of tariffs. It is hardly astonishing, then, that in 1993-7 Japan again began to expand at the expense of China. From the Japanese point of view, the new government of North China, established in 193-7, represented the intention of the Japanese to keep North China independent of Nanking and the interest of the Chinese opposed to colonization of the North by the dictatorial Kuomintang. 65. On December 22, 938, Prince Kono made the following statement. Japan demands that China, in accordance with the principle of equality between the two countries, should recognize the freedom of residence and trade on the part of Japanese subjects in the interior of China, with a view to promoting the economic interests of both peoples, and that, in the light of the historical. 192. The revolutionary pacifism of A.J. must, and economic relations between the two nations, China should extend to Japan facilities for the development of China's natural resources, especially in the regions of North China and Inner Mongolia. 66. There were to be no annexations, no indemnities. Thus, a new order was to be established, which would defend China and Japan against Western imperialism, unequal treaties, and extraterritoriality. Its goal was not enrichment of Japan, but rather cooperation, on Japanese terms, of course. Japan would provide capital and technical assistance. At the same time, it would succeed in freeing itself from dependence on the West for strategic raw materials. Japanese leaders repeatedly made clear that they intended no territorial aggrandizement. To use the contemporary idiom, they emphasized that their actions were not intended as a threat to China and that China knows that Japan does not want a wider war, although, of course, they would do everything they can to protect the men they have there. 67. They were quite willing to negotiate with the recalcitrant Chinese authorities, and even sought third power intervention. 68. Such Japanese leaders as Tojo and Matsuoka emphasized that no one, surely, could accuse Japan of seeking mere economic gain. In fact, she was spending more on the war in China than she could possibly gain in return. Japan was paying the price that leadership of Asia demands, they said, attempting to prevent Asia from becoming another Africa and to preserve China from communism. 69. The latter was a particularly critical matter. The Japanese felt that the United Front and the Sino-Soviet Pact of 1937 were steps toward the destruction of nationalist China and the Bolshevization of East Asia. 70. The Japanese were, furthermore, quite willing to withdraw their troops once. 193 degrees. American power and Thenumander RINS. The illegal acts by communists and other lawless elements were terminated. 71. And the safety and rights of Japanese and Korean residents in China guaranteed. Such terminology was drawn directly from the lexicon of Western diplomacy. For example, Secretary of State Kellogg had stated United States government policy as to require China to perform the obligations of a sovereign state in the protection of foreign citizens and their property, September 2, 192-5. Their Washington Treaty powers were prepared to consider the Chinese government's proposal for the modification of existing treaties in measure as the Chinese authorities demonstrated their willingness and ability to fulfill their obligations and to assume the protection of foreign rights and interests now safeguarded by the exceptional provisions of those treaties, and admonished China of the necessity of giving concrete evidence of its ability and willingness to enforce respect for the safety of foreign lives and property and to suppress disorders and anti-foreign agitations as a precondition for the carrying on of negotiations over the unequal treaties. Notes of September 4. 192 5.72. Because of this inability and unwillingness, none of the Treaty of Washington signatories gave effect to the treaty with respect to extraterritorial rights, intervening in internal Chinese affairs, tariffs, courts, etc., on grounds that their interests were prejudiced by lawlessness and the ineffectiveness of the government of China. 73. In 1940, Japan established a puppet government in Nanking under the leadership of Wang Qingwei, who had been a leading disciple of Sun Yat-sen and, through the 1930s, a major figure in the Kuomintang. Its attempt to establish order in China was vain, however, as the United Front continued to resist in the Japanese view, solely because of outside assistance from the Western imperialist powers. Japan was bogged. 194. The revolutionary pacifism of A.J. must, down in an unwinnable war on the Asian mainland. The policy of crushing blow generous peace was failing because of the foreign support for the local authority of Chiang Kai-shek, while Japan's real enemy, the Soviet Union, was expanding its economic and military power. 74 How familiar it all sounds. With all of the talk about benevolence and generosity, it is doubtful that Japanese spokesmen ever surpassed a level of fatuity that characterizes much of American scholarship, which often seems mired in the rhetoric of a 4th of July address. For example, Willard Thorpe describes American policy in these terms: "We do not believe in exploitation, piracy, imperialism or warmongering. In fact, we have used our wealth to help other countries and our military strength to defend the independence of small nations." 75. In the manner indicated in Note 62, for example. Many similar remarks might be cited, but it is depressing to continue. A wave of revulsion swept through the world as the brutality of the Japanese attack on China became known. When notified of the intention of the Japanese government to bomb Nanking, the United States responded as follows: "The government is of the opinion that any bombardment of an extensive zone containing a sizable population engaged in their peaceful pursuits is inadmissible and runs counter to the principles of law and humanity." 76. Now that these principles have been repealed, it is difficult to recapture the feeling of horror at the events themselves and of contempt for those who had perpetrated them. For an American today to describe these events in the manner they deserve would be the ultimate in hypocrisy. For this reason, I will say very little about them. In Manchuria, the Japanese conducted a fairly successful counterinsurgency operation, beginning in 193. 1.77. The record is instructive. In 1932. 195. American power and the Mandarins. The insurgents who menaced the people and obstructed the attainment of Wangtao, the perfect way of the ancient kings, or the kingly way, had at one point reached 300,000, but the earnest and brave efforts of various subjugating agencies headed by the Japanese army brought about great results. Thus the number of insurgents declined from 120,000 in 1933 to 50,000 in 1934, 40,000 in 193, 30,000 in 1936, and 20,000 in 1937. As of September 1938, the number of insurgents is estimated at 10,000.78. The success was achieved in part by contingents of Japanese troops, in part by the National Army of L/Fanship-UO, and in part by the police. Because of the success of these activities, which led to the winning of the support of the masses, the insurgent groups are now in an extremely precarious condition and the attainment of peace seems to be in sight. The native bandits and rebellious troops from the local armies had been absorbed by the Chinese Communist Party during this period, and were, by 1938, under the communist hegemony operating with the slogan of Oppose Manchuria and Resist Japan, with political leadership supplied from China. The goal of the insurgents was to destroy the government's pacification efforts and to win public confidence and disturb public opinion by opposing L/Fanship-UO and Japan and espousing communism. Their efforts lead the masses astray on various matters and significantly hamper the development of natural resources and the improvement of the people's livelihood. Through a combination of pacification and propaganda activities, their efforts were being countered and, the report continues, the nation's economy and culture preserved. The report emphasizes the strong distaste of the authorities for forceful means. The use of military force against the insurgents is the principal means of attaining peace and order, in that it will directly reduce the number of insurgents. but this method is to be used only as a 196. The revolutionary pacifism of a must. Last resort, it is not a method that is compatible with our nation's philosophy, which is the realization of the kingly way, Wang Tao. The most appropriate means suitable for a righteous government is that of liberating the masses from old notions implanted by a long period of exploitative rule by military cliques and feudalistic habits, and of dispelling the illusions created by communist ideology. Furthermore, the philosophy of the state calls for a proper understanding by the masses of the true nature of righteous government, the reasons behind the establishment of the state, and the current state of affairs. The insurgents should be given an opportunity to alter their misconceived notions and to become good citizens. This is why the operation for the inducement of surrender has such grave significance. A continuing problem was the nearly universal phenomenon in Manchuria that the insurgent groups returned to their original state of operation as soon as the subjugation period is terminated and troops are withdrawn. 79. To counter this tendency, a number of methods were used, with considerable success. Communist groups were heavily infiltrated and alienation was created within the guerrilla groups. The formerly anti-Japanese Korean community was won over by socio-political and accompanying psychological changes, revolutionary development, in modern phraseology, specifically by offering them the possibility of owning land and escaping from the control of their Chinese landlords. Li, p. 23. Among the Chinese, the situation was different and more difficult. Through propaganda and example, the guerrillas awakened the patriotism of the people and convinced them that the guerrillas were the only true defenders of their interests. When necessary, the guerrillas terrorized the reluctant elements as a warning to others. An intricate network of anti-Japanese societies, peasant societies, and the like provided the guerrillas both with the necessary supplies and with vital intelligence. Farmers who were located in regions too remote to be protected by the Manchukuo authorities and the Japanese were forced to comply with their 197. American power and the new Mandarins. Guerrillas' demands, even if they had no desire to assist the insurgent cause. Li, p. 25. The obvious answer to this problem was a system of collective hamlets. By the end of 193-7, the police affairs headquarters reported that over 10,000 hamlets had been organized accommodating 5,500,000 people. The collective hamlets, Lee informs us, were set up with considerable ruthlessness. Families were ordered to move from their farm homes with little or no notice, even if the collective hamlets were not ready. Some farmers were forced to move just before the sowing season, making it impossible for them to plant any seeds that year, while others were ordered to move just before harvest. Many farmhouses seem to have been destroyed by troops engaged in mop-up operations before preparations had been made for the farmers' relocation. The only concern of the military was to cut off the guerrillas' sources of food supply and their contacts with their farmers. pp. 26f. There is no point in supplying further details, which will be familiar to anyone who has been reading the American press since 1962. The collective hamlet program was fairly successful, though it was necessary to prevent insurgents from assaulting the weakly protected collective hamlets and plundering food and grain, and to prevent infiltration. According to a report in 1939, many of the residents of the hamlets continued to sympathize with communism and secretly plan to join the insurgents, and the communists continued to exploit the farmers' grievances with skill. Lee, pp. 33f. Vice-Governor Itagaki formulated the problem succinctly. We are not afraid of communist propaganda. But we are worried because the material for propaganda can be found in the farmers' lives. We are not afraid of the ignition of fire. Rather, we are afraid of the seeping oil. p. 30.